Morning, it's 9 o'clock. We'll call to order the Douglas County Board of Commissioners meeting. I'll ask everybody to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With that, let me note for the public, there's a copy of the Open Meetings Act here on the north wall of the legislative chambers. There is, for safety reasons, if needed, an automatic defibrillator available on the back of the wall in legislative chambers. And also, if anybody needs to, I ask you to please silence or turn off your phone. With that, Commissioner Kraft has asked for a moment of privilege, and grant him that.
Yes. I'll pose the question, what is happening? When people do not realize or refuse to acknowledge that they are spewing hate? What has happened to respect? Why? Tell me, why do some of our leaders feel the need to denigrate and belittle those who they disagree with or who disagree with them? Why act like an immature child by name-calling over and over and over again? Constantly tearing down the news media. Well, I would like to see our president react by the news media not reporting about him. He'd have a panic attack. Why am I not getting the news? He says these things to create the headlines. This is not what we are about. One of the books I read, and I wish I could remember the rabbi's name, I read this probably 20 years ago, Words That Hurt and Words That Heal. A wonderful book talking about the power of words. He did not say this in the book, but I heard this on a newscast the other day. Words of hate leads to words of act. Let me start over. Words of hate lead to actions of hate. Now, the events of last week left me with mixed emotions, and I really had trouble for the first hour trying to figure out how. Fear, disgust, anger, sorrow, and every emotion you could imagine. But I refuse to be afraid. Today, in memory of those who died or were injured in the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pennsylvania, instead of a moment for silence like we usually ask, I want to ask for noise. Because silence is complacency. And complacency is not acceptable. Hate speech turns into hate action. We need to make sure that hate has no home here. There are signs throughout Dundee like that, and Commissioner Boyle gave me a label that says that. Okay. Hate has no home here. We need to make sure that the examples of this week, both with the pipe bombs and the slaughter, the terrorist attack, as a hate crime, but it's also a terrorist attack against Jews. Then I keep hearing people tell others how Nancy Pelosi thinks, or the liberal Democrats, or the far right wing, what we think. I'm a Democrat. I don't want anybody to tell somebody else what I think. I want to be the one to tell them what I think. If it doesn't come from my mouth, then don't put words in my mouth. Mr. President, you cannot continually vilify a person or a segment of the population without influencing someone to act upon their fears, upon the propaganda, the image that the speech is burned into their brain. There are enough people out there in a fragile mental state. We don't need to play on them. They have enough troubles. These people are easily influenced and misled. They can also be victims. So hate speech is creating, and I'm going to put in quotations, activists. These activists, in a sense, can be viewed as victims. Victims being exposed to propaganda and, in their mind, forced to act upon the hate speech they've heard. As a Jew, I cannot accept the words and hollow condolences of some of those in our national leadership who said, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and shed crocodile tears. Today, instead of silence, I want noise. Speak up, say something. Something like, "You are so out of line. You are so wrong. Stop spewing hate." Respect. What about showing respect for diversity, for people with disability, for families, for family values, for women, for gays, for LGBT, for Jews, for Mike Boyle, sorry, Mike, I got to add some levity. For the respect for the truth. Why can't we respect the truth? Thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you.
Commissioner Borges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mark, I do stand with you today to make noise. And I'm sorry that you had to go through what you did with your community. I attended the gathering last night, and it was absolutely moving. But what was sad about it was that, again, it takes a tragedy of horrible events for this community to come together. And that is unacceptable. At the end of the day, we are neither red nor blue. Our color doesn't matter. Our religion doesn't matter. We are all human beings. And we should all act, as Commissioner Kraft said, with respect towards one another, regardless of what our differences are. And we can disagree, but we can disagree respectfully. So I stand with you, Mark. I stand with the Jewish community, and I stand with this world to bring peace for once across this nation, because we are better than what we are proving to be of recent. So I will stand with you and make noise.
Amen.
Commissioner Boyle.
Well, I have the privilege of sitting next to this fella all the time, and we've been good friends for an awful long time. And I so much agree with what Mark said. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
I'd like to add my voice to that. Mark, we stand together. I think during the height of Nazi Germany's Holocaust, someone wrote that first they came for the communists, and I wasn't a communist, so I said nothing. Then they came for the socialists. I wasn't a socialist, so I said nothing. And they came for the Jews. I wasn't a Jew, so I said nothing. And they came for me. And that's what we're faced here with today. This is fascism, pure and simple. This is race hatred, and it should be named and called out. And so standing up for what is right, I think, is incumbent upon all of us as a good citizen. And so thanks for what you said today.
Please.
One of the things my father taught me when I was very young, kindergarten age, the teacher called my parents and said that I wouldn't hold hands with the young person I was assigned to go out to recess. And she told my father it was because the young person was black. And my father says, "You know, that's not going to rub off on you." I said, "Dad, it's not because she's a black. She's a girl." Okay. Then in another situation, I heard somebody saying they would refuse a transfusion from a black person. What? Blood is blood. They bleed red. We bleed red. The Hispanics bleed red. The Muslims bleed red. Yeah, we look at a nun in her habit, and we look at them with respect. But if we see a Muslim in the, is it called a Habib? Did I say it correctly? We look with disgust. Why? What's the difference? They're both in their religious garb. There should be no difference. The Tri-Faith Initiative that's taking place out at 132nd and Pacific, fantastic. If you have not been there, everyone should ask for a tour. It is absolutely fantastic to see the unity and the camaraderie and the joint space and the future that's going to develop out of this. Again, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, we'll call to order the Douglas County Board of Equalization meeting. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgeson? Commissioner Boyle? Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Duda? Commissioner Kraft? Commissioner Morgan? Mr. Chair.
Here, item A is approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, October 23rd, 2018. Item B is call for a meeting and set Tuesday, November 20th, 2018 as the date for hearing on certified assessments and corrections. What's the will of the board?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Duda, second by Commissioner Morgan. Please vote.
Once again, viewers at home will not be able to see how the commissioners are voting, but we'll still announce the results, and motion passes, all commissioners voting yes.
Item C is citizens' comments. This is an opportunity for citizens to make comments on items not listed on the Board of Equalization agenda that are Board of Equalization applicable. Are there any citizens' comments at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to resolutions. We have items D, E, F, G, H, and I. What's the will of the board?
Move approval of resolutions D through I and adjourn.
Is there a second? Motion by Commissioner Duda, second by Commissioner Kraft. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, thank you. Dan Esch, Douglas County Clerk. I just want to point out on item I, the Eastern Nebraska Community Action Partnership has a vehicle on that list, and I sit on that board. So thank you.
All right. Please vote.
Motion passes, all commissioners voting yes.
Now we'll call to order the Douglas County Board of Commissioners meeting. Roll call.
Commissioner Borgeson? Commissioner Boyle? Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Duda? Commissioner Kraft? Commissioner Morgan? Mr. Chair.
Here. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, October 23rd, 2018. Item B, approval of claims submitted for payment and processed through Tuesday, November 13th, 2018. What's the will of the board?
Move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Morgan, second by Commissioner Duda. Please vote.
For those in the audience, you can see the votes, but Commissioner Boyle still does not show up, but he is voting, so. And Mr. Chair.
Jeez.
They keep wanting to replace all these.
Motion
blanks.
passes, all commissioners voting yes.
That's right.
Item 2 is consent agenda. There are 11 items. Let me know specifically, the board has in front of them a revised version of item J, and that is the agreement with the Omaha Public Schools to provide reimbursement to Douglas County for expenses incurred in paying for instructional sessions, teaching services, and program expenses for Title I programs. What's the will of the board on the consent agenda?
Move the approval.
Motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Kraft, Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Yeah, I just have a couple of informational questions. If the folks are here from General Assistance regarding item C, which is a resolution authorizing the chair to renew a professional service agreement with the Social Security Administration, computer matching and privacy protection agreement between SSA and Douglas County General Assistance and the Douglas County Health Center. Ms. Redding, it sounds like we've had this for some time. Could you tell us briefly what this does?
Sure. What this is it's just an agreement between Social Security and Douglas County and to allow us to access the Social Security information through Health and Human Services. And the contract's been in effect for 17, this will be 17 years.
Okay. And what's the purpose of the match?
It just allows us to be able to get access to the Social Security application status, appeals, where the person's at in that Social Security process.
Okay. That's if someone is filing for Social Security benefits, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And if they were to receive those, there would be some kind of an offset from General Assistance regarding
Yes.
those benefits?
Right, then we would find out when the person got approved, and then we'd be able to go back and retroactively get benefits for Douglas County.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I have one other regarding item F, approve second amendment to the landfill agreement, the annual CPI adjustments to Pheasant Point landfill rates. Mr. Holm is here. And again, I think that this is probably fairly pro forma, but I'd just like you to explain briefly what this does.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Kent Holm, Environmental Services Director. We're doing two things. The amendment basically just substitutes the Department of Labor CPI index for the quote-unquote Midwest to replace the Kansas City index, which is no longer published. So we had to make that substitution. We felt the Midwest index is the most appropriate and most closely mirrors what was there before. So that's what the amendment is for, to reflect that in the contract. And then the second part of it is to approve the actual CPI adjustment, which this year is 2%, and that's will be reflected in the rates at the landfill.
Okay. And these CPI adjustments are components of the contract, is
Correct.
that correct? And they relate to tonnage rates, is that right?
Correct.
So during the pendency of the contract, these CPI adjustments would raise, generally speaking, the tonnage rate for whatever the consumer price index was raised that year. Is that right?
Right. There's a formula defined in the contract, and it references that particular index. And so that information is taken there. It's the same index. We do this the same way every year. On the anniversary date, which is December 1st, those particular adjusted rates will take effect.
And the difference between, was it a national CPI and a Kansas City regional CPI that you referenced, is what?
Well, there are different indexes for different regions in the country. Nebraska falls into this Midwest index, and so that's why we are utilizing that one.
Okay, but did I hear you that we're changing from one index to another?
Correct, yeah. The one that was specified originally in the contract going back to the early 2000s was the Kansas City Midwest Index, and they have done away with that. So we had to find a different index to utilize. This one made the most sense in talking with the folks at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This is the one that they recommended.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yep.
That's all I have.
We have motion second. Please vote.
Okay. What's just for the record on item C, that was Deb Redding from General Assistance speaking. Motion passes. Commissioner Boyle is abstaining. Client, I guess, in one of the items, and all their commissioners voting yes. Motion passes.
All right. Item 3 is recognition and proclamations. We have recognitions of 3 employees retiring from Douglas County. Ray Pentor, after 28 years at the Department of Corrections. Colin Kavanaugh, at 9 years at the Douglas County Public Defender's Office. And Cynthia Hooper is retired after 6 years from the Douglas County Health Center. Are any of them here today? Seeing not, I'd like to thank them for their service and wish them well in their retirement. Is there a motion to approve items A, B, and C? Motion by Commissioner Boyle, seconded by Commissioner Kavanaugh. Please vote.
I could just briefly.
Come on.
I'd just like to say a brief congratulations to Colin Kavanaugh. Although he's no relation, I know him. He's done a great job at the Public Defender's Office, and I wish him well in his retirement years. Congratulations, Colin.
I think he was serving, was that time served?
Commissioner Kavanaugh. Motion passes. All commissioners voting yes.
Item 4, citizens' comments. Opportunity for citizens to comment on Board of Commissioners related items that are not listed on today's agenda. Are there any citizens' comments? Okay. As you're approaching, we're reminded that the light will come on. It'll be 5 minutes, and we ask everyone to stay respectful. Thank you.
Good morning. Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, Nebraska. In regards to county governance, I believe I do have a right to say this. As a citizen, I appreciate Commissioner Kraft's opening comment. However, as a Republican, I do take issue with the insinuation that it was from the president's office, the vitriol and the hatred. Maybe you'd like to amend your remarks and make reference to all the mobs on the street and the mobs in the halls of Congress, who are the ones that are yelling these things out. Hopefully you would. But I stood with those last night at the synagogue. I bought a house from the Fishbanes, and it still has a Jewish candelabra in it. I rented my house out to a rabbi. So I'm in no way anti-Jewish. Because I made my comments to you there, please don't say that I am. I'm not. And that is not a place for attacking the office of the presidency of the United States at the microphone in this council chambers. Thank you.
Any other citizens' comments? With that, we'll move on to the committee discussion. Item A is finance and the budget report. Commissioner Moore.
Presented. Nothing that Joe has, so we're good to move on.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to Administrative Services. Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Yes, Administrative Services Committee minutes of the August 18th meeting are available now, and I believe you can access those online. Also, we are scheduling a administrative hearing, Services Committee hearing for the evening of November 8th at 7 p.m. in this chamber to discuss the update on the public safety bond and the Juvenile Justice Center project. It'll be 7 p.m. on August 8th here.
Item C, Child and Youth Services. Item 1 is the Douglas County Monthly Youth Center Report. Brad Alexander.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brad Alexander, Douglas County Youth Center. Commissioner Rogers has asked me to kind of repeat what I did last month, and that was somewhat of an abbreviated report, and then turn it over to Greg to talk about the expediting. So I'll wait till you guys get the report, but I'll try to move through this fairly quickly. There's a couple of actual corrections I'd like to make to the report that I submitted to Sharon earlier this week. So if we could start on slide number 9, please. Page 9, yes. You're welcome. So the average daily population for the youth center, and this is through the end of September, from January 1 through the end of September, is averaging 80. Our length of stay holds fairly steady at 50. And we're on track to admit about 923 kids through the course of this calendar year. And page number 10 just shows you how we've looked each month this year. I'm not sure why the August and September are not showing up on that slide, but January through September, the high was 91 in March, and a low of 71 in June. And again, our average for the course of this year is 80. Page number 11 shows the average length of stay. And again, we removed the detainees that stayed less than 24 hours. I think we need to start probably highlighting the statistic to include those that have stayed less than 24 hours, because when we compare to other jurisdictions, I know that they include those, and so I'm wondering if we're not inflating our numbers a little bit and whether or not that's fair to us. I still think that what we do is the right way to do it, because I think that's serving the purpose of what that statistic is intended to look at. But just by way of comparison, I think that might be a good idea. Did you have something, Commissioner? Okay. Page number 12, slide number 12. Can I increase the size of this or something? Maybe, no? Okay, all right. Clearly, the kids that are in adult court stay significantly longer than the other kids. This September, the average length of stay for those youth was 173 kids, but 173 days. Those are the kids that are, I think it was 2014, they changed legislation and moved a lot of the kids into juvenile court that may have otherwise previously been filed on in adult court. So the kids you're seeing in adult court are the class 1, class 2 felonies. Whether or not, I'm not trying to justify that number, just maybe as a way of explanation. Keep going. On to slide number 20, please. I almost think we pulled up an old slide, so if we could just focus on the handouts that I gave you, and I apologize for that. I'm sure that was my error. The violation of probation is 16% of our admissions so far in 2018. Page number 20, Commissioner. Mm-hmm. You're welcome. And the capious unlawful absences also under probation are 24%, so together that's 40%, and then the kids that are coming off the street with new offenses is 47% of the admissions that we see at the youth center. Slide number 21, and yeah, this isn't old. I'm just going to go out of this thing because that's old information. Page number 21, the one correction I wanted to make was that the handout shows that 14 offenses account for 84% of the admissions. That should be actually 88% of the admissions. And you can see the offenses that we have coming in. Page 21. It shows up at the top 84%. That's an error. It should show 88%. 14 offenses that you see in that pie chart account for 88% of all new offenses that show up at our door. That make sense? Okay. Page 22 is admission by race in 2018. The number for 2018 should be 472. For African Americans, Caucasian is 208, and Hispanic, Mexican 200, Native American 24, and Asian 19. 472. That's actually projecting it out for the entire calendar year based on the information that we have through the end of September. Mm-hmm. And if we could go to slide number 24. The home program. Again, the admissions, that red bar, that's 132. That is what we're projecting to see for admissions through the course of this year. The successful completions are 64. Again, that's an estimate based on the information that we have right now. The average daily population for the program is an accurate number. That's 23. That's the current number. We met yesterday with probation. We're looking to see if there's ways that we may be able to expand that program. The home program has answered the bell every time it's been called. We wanted to be able to provide that program as an opportunity for those kids at intake, probation intake, as an alternative for them. So we did that. We offer it now as a diversion, and we work with the truant youth. So we're always looking at ways that we might be able to expand that program, and we're going to be meeting the first week in December to have that conversation again. So slide 26, please. The credits are tracking extremely well. we're forecasting that 901 credits will be earned by the youth at the Douglas County Youth Center through the end of 2018. And those are the full credits. The partial credits for those kids that don't stay with us quite long enough to earn a full credit. If you recall, I mentioned that the school district allows now for those partial credits to be transferred as well back to their school district, and we're forecasting that at least 129 partial credits will be earned by the kids over at the Douglas County Youth Center. And then slide 34, this was a question that Commissioner Borgeson had asked. The cost of our mental health services at the youth center. So if you have that in front of you, that $384,585 number, that's all of our nurses. That's 4 registered nurses and 1 nurse manager. One of those individuals, 1 nurse, is paid for by the Department of Education. So the county pay for those nurses is $309,330, and the Department of Ed picks up $75,254. What I was asked to provide was the cost of mental health services, so I was talking to the medical people, and they estimated, and obviously it's just an estimate, they estimated that about 30% of their time is spent with mental health issues, providing mental health services to youth. So if we're looking at cost of mental health, 30% of that number for the county's responsibility is $92,799. The Department of Education is $22,576. The 2017-2018 medication numbers, those are specific to psych meds. That does not represent all prescription medication. It is specific to psych meds. So we spent $24,273 in 2017, $8,374 through the end of September of 2018. Our contract with UNMC, which I'm so appreciative of them, is capped at $36,000, and that's provides a pediatrician, a nurse practitioner, and what's the numbers per week, Mark, total for the UNMC contract?
It's 80 hours a month.
80 hours a month for some people with a very, very critical skill set to come in and work with our youth, and capping that at $36,000 a year is fantastic. Region 6 through Heartland pays for the psychologists and LMHPs. That's $288,754. So in the end, the county responsibility, which I believe was what I was asked to provide for 2018, which includes $8,374 in psych meds, totals $137,173. The external pays is $311,330. So the total there is $448,503. And if we could move then to slide number 38, please. These were questions that were asked at the last time we presented, and Mark had went back and rewatched it, so hopefully we've captured all of the questions that were asked of us. But how are services, mental health, medical being provided at the youth center? The mental health services are being provided by licensed therapist and or a psychologist, most often one-on-one with a youth. There's an instrument that was developed to help our intake people identify youth that were at risk or have some mental health issues. And there's a risk assessment tool that's used there, and then we use the MAZE-2 as well. The second question, what is provided for mental health services for the DCYC youth? Crisis intervention, stabilization, risk assessment services, and mental health services are the mental health services currently being provided at the youth center. Who refers youth for services? Literally anyone can refer. We get calls, as you see there, from probation, attorneys, parents, caseworkers. The youth themselves can request services. Our staff, I think, does a wonderful job of identifying the kids that are struggling a little bit and making sure that they're getting the help that they need by transferring or referring them to the mental health folks. So literally anybody can refer, and we take each and every one of those seriously. How is it determined if a youth needs medication, and who puts the youth on medication? Well, it'd be the therapist, or somebody could talk to the doctors, and they would ultimately be the ones to determine medication needs. And we do a good job, I think, of communicating with the providers that are working with the youth prior to them showing up at the youth center as well. So those are the people that do that. How soon do youth receive services when they arrive? Within 24 hours for sure. And if the need is imminent or critical, it'll be immediate. Our mental health people are on call 24 hours, so they're always available. And so if it's necessary, we'll make sure they get the help they need right away. For 2018, what is the breakdown of youth who have been here once, the unique youth, compared to our actual admissions for the year? So you don't have that in front of you, but I did get that. So from January to September of 2018, we had 692 admissions. 407 of those kids were repeat, had been here previously, and 285 were unique or new. They'd been with us or admitted to us one time. And I believe those were the questions that were asked of us, and I hope that I answered them to your satisfaction. That's my report, and I'll be turning it over to Greg. Do you want me to answer?
Yeah, you got a couple of questions right
Okay.
there. Commissioner Borges.
Thank you, Brad. That information does help. Let me find my questions. The capacity of the whole program is what again?
50.
50. And we're sitting at
Well, today we're right at 20.
20.
We're averaging 23 so far this year.
23, okay. So we do have
Capacity,
capacity and opportunity there. And then on your length of stay, if you add that, I think that's fine to add it, but I think you should add it as a separate line.
I agree.
So that
So we
we
can continue to
stick-
track that,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah,
Yep.
that would be fine.
Yep.
Thank you.
Well, it's a lot of material. I guess some of the numbers that, there's a lot of them here. I flagged some pages as you flew through it. Let's see what we got here. I guess what I'll mention is that I had a call yesterday, excuse me, from a person who is with an organization who wanted to conduct and this, I guess, is just general information, not directed at you, but there's a question at the end of this, okay?
Okay.
The person called and said they'd like to have an appearance by the proponents of the center being built at 18th and Howard and by the opponents, and that the proponents deferred because they said we're in court on the condemnation. And so this person, she asked me what's going on. So I tried my best to explain what was taking place. And the numbers keep coming up. Is this going to be adequate? And I know the Aaron Hansen of the Omaha gang unit raised that question too. What if they have a number of arrests, 80 kids, 80 young people, a big sweep, what happens? And I couldn't answer that. And she asked a lot of penetrating questions, actually. And the thing what struck me most is that she had the impression that when I talked about that, she was a little taken aback. And she really kind of had, as some people do, that the children who are there, the young adults, are there for jaywalking and shoplifting. And I said, no, unfortunately, that's not the case. And she talked about they need air, they need green space. I mean, it's just kind of like I could almost hear the music playing, And I said, that's just not the case. And because I did ask for, and you gave me a list of who's there and why.
Yep.
And we start off with a young man, I think, that's being held for second-degree murder. And it goes on down from there with firearm usage and bank robberies and all sorts of stuff. And people being held by all sorts of agencies, federal and local.
Correct.
And immigration and everybody. It's not a pretty picture. So you have been dealing with some young people who have had really a very bad start. I said to her, it's really difficult to pull these children out of the situation they're in. We're trying with several alternatives, which are relatively successful, and it is the answer to divert them. But I said, what do you do with a boy who was born of a mother who was 16 when he was born, and she didn't have a home life? Things have just not worked out well. And so I said the intervention that we do have from the Sherwood Foundation with Educare and all the rest of it, those are very positive, and the financial support that we have for these programs that Commissioner Borgeson and Commissioner, the chair, has been involved in, Commissioner Rogers for so many years, is really working well, but there's still a concern about the numbers. And I guess the question I ask is, when I look at these figures, some of the pages, page 12, for example, the average length of stay for a person in, who's classified as adult court is 173 days. That's an awfully long time.
It is a long time.
And so I just don't, I don't know, obviously don't know what the answer is. I don't know that any of us truly do, but we're struggling trying to find the solution. And I don't know, one of the big concerns I have is what we're spending on mental health care. And I think that was on page 20 back here someplace. I'm not sure what page.
34.
Say it again.
34.
34, there you go. Thank you. I really, and I'm very grateful for UNMC, like you said, but this isn't really very big money. Some of us went out to Boys Town to look at their psych hospital for youth. And I'm taking a guess, but I believe they have 75 beds. And they have an outpatient, and it's really an unbelievably wonderful operation. And I hope I'm not telling any tales out of school, but someone asked, and one of the commissioners says, what are you paying for a psychiatrist? And it's 6 digits, and it's right around 300,000. And so they're in high demand, and they're very well paid, which they should be. So when we spend $384,000 in salary, I mean, we need to up our activity regardless of whatever happens. We need to get into the game on mental health, not only for these children, but we need to do it for all children in our community as well as adults. And I know we have a lawsuit pending, but I'm going to say it anyway. Over at Corrections, we had someone brought in who was, CHI called 911, and the police brought a person who was really a patient to us, and we put her in jail. We did. We should have rejected her. Put her in jail, and she didn't come out. And we should never have we should not have had to admit her. And we have turned down people, actually. I've talked to Corrections, who we brought a rescue squad in one time where a man was actually strapped, legs and arms, struggling, and the Corrections said, go away. We are not taking this person. Well, we are, as you are, we deal with so many people who are mentally ill. We need to come up with that solution. And I guess the take from all the information you give me is that so much of this is caused, I think, by failing to treat people for mental illness on all fronts. So I appreciate the work that you're doing. It's a tough job, and I admire what you do. I always have, and it was a privilege to work with you a few years ago when I was the chair of your committee. And it's just an overwhelming problem, and I'm glad there's some really good minds at it that try to solve it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. I guess that wasn't a question, was it?
I appreciate it.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. This is
Yes, sir.
great. You know, we've had discussions, and I've gone on tours with you of the facility, particularly regarding the mental health provisions that we have. And I think last time you were here, you had the psychologist that we have on contract with you.
Dr. Mathisen, yes, sir.
We do not provide adolescent psychiatric services, is that correct?
That is correct.
And, you know, it's been expressed to me by people involved in the system that, you know, two of the problems that arise because we don't have that available right now is obviously children who have severe psychiatric problems are not getting treated by a psychiatrist. And secondly, that contributing to our long stays is a delay of evaluations ordered by the court of children who present to them with psychiatric problems. And those evaluations are not conducted by Douglas County. Those are conducted by the state. And so by the state not having, apparently, adequate psychiatric professionals to come in and do those evaluations, backlog occurs. Is that right?
That's my understanding, and probation is the party responsible for arranging those evaluations. And as I'm learning more, there's certain evaluations that those folks that are available to provide those evaluations are somewhat limited. And yes, it seems like they take a lot longer than they should.
So I've been informed by representatives of the children involved that these delays can run into months. Is that right?
I would not doubt that.
Okay. And I know that we're going to hear from representatives of the University of Nebraska Medical Center here, who we've been in talks with regarding maybe some collaboration for psychiatric services, among other things. But wouldn't it be better if, we beefed up our mental health professional capacity to maybe cut down that delay? And, collaborating with the state, we understand it's their primary responsibility, but it falls back on our plate if they don't exercise that responsibility for months and months. Would it help if maybe we could bring in an adolescent psychiatrist to complement the team that you already have on board?
Mark, do you want to talk about the MDT meetings? Yeah. We do have one that helps us.
Mark LaFleur, Douglas County Youth Center. Short answer, yes. That's been the area that we needed some additional support in the psychiatric services area. And the conversations going that direction is very encouraging.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Brad, you want me, Greg? Let's you guys
Okay.
go.
Yeah, Greg, you want to come on up? Greg is working with, it's termed expediting, trying to move the kids along quicker. And we've really, Heather Briggs from probation has been fantastic. She's really been helpful. And they put together really good information, and now we're to the point where, what are we going to do with that? And Greg and I have been talking, and I'll let him talk a little bit about the 3 or 4 areas that we think that we might be able to have an impact. So they're passing out the information now, and I'll let Greg give you the information.
Good morning. Hopefully the report is a little more pleasing on the eyes than it was last time. Underwent a few structural changes, so. And again, just to go over it briefly, some general information of our census in terms of admission date, race, gender, age, zip code, and then what their charges are, whether they're juvenile or adult or both. After that, we go into what the offense is, and there are multiple charges typically, but we go with which one has the most intense or the most severe crime or alleged crime. After that, whether or not the charges are new or whether they're a technical violation. Then we have whether it's a release order that the youth have been ordered to go to their placement or to be released back into the community. After that,
Greg, can you operate the screen to put that up? Will it work to put that up?
How so?
I think it goes up. Can you help with this?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Perfect.
So you may, when you get to a point, you may want to zoom to adjust it to get there, but at least so the public knows what, okay, there you go. You got it. Well, somebody's doing it.
Got it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. We also notify, or we also indicate on here whether or not placement has been made for probation or by probation for youth. Then the final specialized information piece is whether they have come to us from placement or they've come to us from the community. Placements such as Boys Town, Kearney, Clarinda, they're all listed on here. And then whether they absconded, meaning that they left of their own volition, or they were just terminated. And then finally, just some brief comments in terms of why they're still with us, what some of the issues are. So that's kind of the rundown of what the report is in and of itself. I also do an expediting list, and the expediting list just talks about those youth who have releases. So we currently have 73 youth detained with us right now, and of that 73, we have 13 with release orders. Of those 13 with release orders, we have 3 youth who have had a release order of 7 to 8 weeks, and it just talks about some of the reasons why in terms of whether they're waiting on CD evals or some type of evaluation, whether there is placement issues in terms of a waiting process for a bed to come available. And so those are some of the things that we're looking at.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
On this document, and yeah, it's much more legible. Thanks a lot. And I think you just commented on the 73 youths that we currently serve, 13 of which have release orders, and a portion of those are awaiting these psychiatric evaluations that we just talked about. Is that listed on here? Can we see that on here someplace?
It is not listed on there,
Okay.
but I can actually add that to the list, so you guys will have that on a monthly basis as well, too.
So, but for the delay in the psychiatric evaluations, these children could be released. Is that right?
Several of them. However, there are different types of evaluations. So we have co-occurring, we have psychiatric, psychological evals,
Right.
So there's a gamut of it. But oftentimes they push the court date back, so we have to wait for that process to happen. And then once that occurs, then we get the court date sped up, and usually we get them out as quick as possible.
Great, thanks.
Okay. Greg, see no further questions. I'll look for the improvement of this. This is a good job.
Thank you.
So,
It'll be
but you
possible.
mentioned, Brad, you mentioned some things that you all had in mind to do with this list. You want to mention some of that?
All right, Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the areas, and what we can do, and we're meeting with probation because we kind of struggle a little bit about, to what extent can we, initiate some change. And so we contact probation and say, there's an evaluation ordered, and they say yes, but we'll continue to do that and do everything we can to help those things move along. The other area is the kids that are waiting placement. I think it's not only so much just calling and saying, is the bed available, or probation, are you working on this? Sometimes I think it's a matter of gathering and maintaining information to identify exactly where our needs are and to see where we need to develop capacity as well. I think that's a part of this process also. And then those are situations where the evaluation is done and the court date isn't, it's sitting out there a while, and making a contact to see if we can't move that person up and get them into court sooner because everything is done. And I think we're going to work with Melissa Driscoll. I think we're going to reach out to her and try to do some things with her as well.
Okay. Mr. Borks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was one of my questions I had. So if they're just waiting for the court to sign off on it, we are working with the courts to see if there's a better process instead of just waiting.
Yeah, we're not waiting. When we see that everything is done, when Greg's able to identify that, and we know that the court date isn't out for a while, or isn't going to be, it's maybe a month or so out, yes, we're doing everything that we can to get that child into court as soon as possible.
And has that happened yet, or are we just now all of a sudden doing it?
Yeah, Greg's saying.
We had a young lady in particular who was not on probation. She was with Promiseship and was able to was able to identify that, make a.
Ma'am? I saw you back there. I don't want you to be.
Don't sneak out.
Yeah. What school are you with? Okay. I want to thank you all for coming today. Kids, appreciate it. Just wanted to acknowledge you. I thought you have a little more time. Thank you all for coming. Okay, Greg. Back on.
Yep. So we had a young lady who she had a court date that was postponed until 11/16, I believe, and she was waiting for an evaluation. Was able to identify the fact that the evaluation had been completed, made a couple phone calls, and we were able to get that court date moved up, and she now has a release order and just waiting for the bed to come open.
So follow through that on a little bit. So we've got that piece of it done, but now we're still waiting for the bed.
They're just waiting for the bed, yes.
And so how long have we been waiting for the bed?
Well, she just had court last week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we had court last week, and then it's just a waiting process from that. But had we not made those phone calls, then she probably would have been waiting until
For
the 16th
16th.
just to receive the placement. So, that's a situation where the role's been expedited.
Okay. So good. Well, we're making some progress.
Indeed,
Good.
indeed.
Good job, Greg.
Thank you.
Hold up, Commissioner Cryer.
Yes. Just trying to decipher some of this. Under zip code, on a number of these, you have placement, then it shows where it's placed, such as Boys Town, Utah Holly, et cetera. But when you get to the second page, excuse me, the very bottom, you have the very bottom one, for example, it says 629, 2086, and above that, about 4 places, 623, 2086. Is that a typo, or what is that?
It is a typo. I didn't identify that until last night. It's just actually not a typo. It's got to be something that needs to be changed just within that particular graph. So it's got to be converted to text form. And once the text form comes in there, then it will actually list what the zip code is. So
Okay.
my apologies for that. I didn't catch that until last night.
Okay. The other thing is, the zip code is where they lived, correct?
Correct.
But placement is where they're going.
That is correct. Or where they came from. in
Oh,
this
where they
case.
came from.
Correct.
They came from placement. Okay, thank
yeah.
you. I misinterpreted the word,
Okay.
how it was used, I guess you could say. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Okay, great. No further questions.
Thank you.
Now, next month, I guess you all spread for the 20th. That's the only meeting, so that's what we're going to do.
Constantly evolving.
All right. So I saw Dr. Lou leave out, but Nick, I'm going to ask you all. Oh, okay. I didn't see him come back. I'm going to move number 4 up because it's in conjunction with this. And I'll set the stage where everybody sets up. We have some representatives here from UNFC, Charles Drew, and to set the stage for them. A lot of the conversation in the last month, there was some conversation, and I alluded to the fact that we were going to have a presentation on this. Some of the questions just asked to Brad are aligned a little bit in this. This is a project that we've probably been meeting for the last 2 months on, almost weekly, with probation. DC and Brad and Mark got brought in the last couple of weeks to align with that. And I want to thank Dr. Lou, everybody involved, for the work that they've done with us on this with probation. It is an effort to look at some of those numbers and dig in and look at it started as a project and is constantly involved in regards to evaluations. It has went into med management and then some other outward services, but with that, I'll allow Dr. Lou to explain it and we'll open it up. Dr. Lou.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. So I'll speak today regarding the enhancement of behavioral health and mental health services for youth in the care of Douglas County. My name is Dr. Howard Liu. I'm the interim chair of psychiatry. I'm also a practicing child psychiatrist and the director of the Behavioral Health Education Center in Nebraska, which is our state workforce center for mental health careers. I will be followed by Mr. Kenny McMorris, who is CEO of the Charles Drew Health Center. So I'll spend the next few minutes providing a summary of a cross-agency behavioral and mental health screening, assessment, and follow-up community-based treatment proposal for youth in the care of Douglas County. And this proposal is meant to be an enhancement of the existing services previously described at the Douglas County Youth Center. This proposal is a product of pretty lengthy deliberations between several different groups. I would say certainly officials at the Douglas County Youth Center, partners including Douglas County Probation, State Probation, University of Nebraska Medical Center, Creighton University, University of Nebraska at Omaha, Charles Drew Health Center, Heartland Family Services, and others. And significant efforts were made during the proposal planning to really ensure that this effort did not duplicate existing services. As you'll note, the proposal in front of you is comprised of 2 parts, and the first part of the proposal details potential enhancements to existing behavior and mental health services. Part 1 of the proposal calls for the formation of a multidisciplinary and cross-agency team of behavioral and mental health providers to enhance existing assessment services. And after lengthy discussions with officials from the Douglas County Youth Center, Douglas County Probation, and others, it was determined that the areas of greatest need relative to assessment services really were medication management for psychotropic medications, child psychiatry evaluations, and also dual diagnosis, which is the combination of both substance use disorders and mental health, which are also common in this population. Our cross-agency collaboration approach means that we can really leverage the strengths of several different kinds of providers to enhance and expedite the current assessment process. And in addition to offering the assessment services, our team of providers is also available to provide consultation services to other providers working currently in the DCYC setting. I'm going to invite Mr. McMorris now to discuss the second part of the proposal.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you all. As indicated, I currently have the Kenny McMorris, and I'm currently the CEO of Charles Drew Health Center. The second part of our proposal details the formation of a community-based behavioral health service pipeline. An analysis of home zip codes for the youth in DCYC illustrate that approximately 40% reside in the Charles Drew Health Center catchment area. As such, this proposal calls for an on-site collaboration between behavior and mental health providers at Charles Drew Health Center and the medical care team at DCYC. Charles Drew and DCYC will collaborate to develop individualized discharge planning to ensure continuity of services for youth upon release of secure placement. The same provider team will deliver services once the youth move from the secure placement to an outpatient setting. An analog of the community treatment phase is workforce development. High-level community-based treatment is not sustainable without significant workforce development planning and execution. As such, this proposal calls for the establishment of a structured training program for psychiatric residents in juvenile justice settings at DCYC and Charles Drew. We believe that a multidisciplinary, a multi-site approach to behavior and mental health assessments and treatment offers clear benefits for youth in the care of Douglas County. First, enhancements to existing assessment services will shorten the length of stay for youth at DCYC and help ensure that proper treatment planning is conducted for all required levels of care. Second, enhanced coordination of care between secure care placement providers and community-based providers is likely to improve the health outcomes of youth in question and reduce rates of recidivism.
And so at this point, we'd like to just draw your attention to the budget sheets, beginning in the middle of page 2 of the document you have in front of you. And as you can see, the budget's divided into two parts. One is over at Douglas County Youth Center, and one is titled the Behavioral Health Reentry Program on page 3. So back to page 2 for a moment. You see that really the lion's share of the budget is dedicated to direct provider time, conducting assessments, providing on-site medication management, teleconsultation, other forms of direct care. We have a sort of a multidisciplinary team here. FTE just means full-time equivalent. One FTE is one person full-time for a week. 0.1 would be a half day a week. And so the first item is a child psychiatrist that would be helping with the evaluation component. Second piece, pediatric substance use disorder, that would be an expert in addiction medicine and pediatrics, working there to really do this so-called dual diagnosis piece of substance use and mental health, which is common in some of those individuals, the youth served. Psychiatric medication management is really more the day-to-day pieces beyond the assessments, where we need some ongoing assessment of might be something like ADHD, which is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, depression, anxiety, some of the common things that you might see in youth in this population. Resident stipend just refers to supporting some time for trainees. We've talked about the importance of having an ongoing pipeline for workforce with leadership at Douglas County Youth Center, and certainly I would say in my job as a workforce director across all institutions in the state, we're always about 1 or 2 people deep, and so we need to have ongoing trainees that are passionate about working in that setting in the future. A medical director piece would be hopefully somebody on site that would help to coordinate services with the treatment teams. Program evaluation would be with basically working with University of Nebraska Omaha's Juvenile Justice Institute to look at the outcomes that really matter to our population, which would be recidivism, quality of care, connection to services, and so on. So, there's just a bit of coordination time because we also believe it's really important to have coordination with existing services at Douglas County Youth Center and also with the community reentry program. And I'll ask Mr. McMorris to point out anything relevant from that budget.
And then part of this aspect, without duplicating what Dr. Liu mentioned, I think I just want to draw the commissioner's attention to the program navigator role. I think that piece, as we look at what we're uncovering and what we're finding, is that continuity of care and services is paramount and important. And we know that if you can build those relationships with those young people and have a consistency across the board, whether it's with service providers or community linkages, that increases your likelihood of success in working with them. And so without kind of, again, duplicating some of the comments that have been previously mentioned, this particular role will help facilitate that transition process in working with the current existing services. Furthermore, I believe the pipeline aspect and being able to train the next wave of clinician leaders in a setting that meets the needs of the community is paramount and important as well. And so through our discussions, we're working with leadership and working with key stakeholders and partners relative to this proposal. We believe the pieces are coming together in a way that we can start managing the care in a way that's more in an outpatient setting to reduce the likelihood of young people coming back into the system as it relates to that. So we'll entertain any questions of the commissioners.
Commissioner Boyle.
Excuse me. Yes, I wanted to ask if what your relationship is, or if you have any plans with working to work with Boys Town's project out there. It seems to be a lot of the things that you're talking about, and I know you have. I'm sure you have experience with them. Would you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So the question was, what's our relationship with Boys Town?
Right.
I would say that, as a child psychiatrist myself, I've toured also the Boys Town facility. We certainly refer and cross-refer. For this to work, we're really going to have good buy-in across several different groups, and I think Boys Town will be one of them as well. I think that they are doing some great work in terms of inpatient services. I think they're also building some inpatient child psychiatry beds that I'm aware of. They do have some outpatient, certainly residential pieces that they have expertise in. They have not been an explicit part of this proposal, but certainly we welcome partnerships with others in the community.
I hope you do. I mean, when I read this, of course, we just now got it, but it seems like something that they are doing and doing well, and I know that you're doing well. As we're very fortunate to have you involved, and I want to thank you. It's a very positive mood. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate this very, very much. As you can tell from our previous discussion, I mean, you're right on point in terms of what we see as a major need. I particularly wanted to thank Dr. Liu. They say that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and you met with us months ago when you had me and the representatives of Douglas County Mental Health over to your campus talk about what we could do in collaboration on 42nd Street between our various organizations there. And this is great progress towards that. I just have some practical questions relative to the draft budget.
Yes.
As you heard from the previous testimony, our youth center's number one need is we don't have a child psychiatrist, and we've got a population that hovers around 80. And so what we're looking for is, and I specifically talked to the medical providers that we have on staff over there, is a child psychiatrist. I mean, if nothing else, that would be number one. And number one on your budget, I'm happy to see, is a child and adolescent psychiatrist. The way that I read this, and we're talking FTEs, one FTE full-time equivalent child psychiatrist would be part of this effort for 0.1% of that FTE's time, or if I understand that correctly, that in a 40-hour week would be like 4 hours a week. Is that right?
Right. So, and let me just point out whether we're talking about page 2, the first item is a child and adolescent psychiatry assessment services. And Commissioner Kavanaugh, that's correct. So we're talking about 0.1 FT is roughly a half day a week. And we have been in conversations with Mr. Alexander, Mr. LaFleur, and others that are, currently on the ground, so to speak. And they believe that that's likely sufficient, or at least a good start for the evaluation pieces. We did separate out the medication management pieces because we think that those are different, And so we do have a child psychiatrist in mind that is very interested and is forensically trained that would potentially do this 0.1 FTE. And a separate piece would be an individual working on the day-to-day medication management, and that would be sort of 2 half-days a week, if that would make sense.
And I'm looking at that first child and adolescent psychiatry assessment services thing. And the second portion that you mentioned regarding the medication management, is that in a separate category below that?
Yes, that's two down from there. It says psychiatric.
Oh, I see.
medication
Okay, yeah,
management.
yeah,
Yes. So sorry, it's a bit confusing, but.
No, that's all right. I'm glad that you're here to walk us through this. Just below that is another very interesting category regarding a resident stipend. Residents are people who they have graduated and they're doing their practicum to see which part of medicine they'll actually go into. So these would be psychiatric residents, is that correct?
Right. So, it's a great question, and the question is, what are residents and when would they come in? So residents have graduated medical school, and the folks that we would envision rotating through really would be two kinds. One would be folks that are in psychiatry residency, which is a 4-year residency, and or one of the fellowship programs, which is the specialization, for example, in child psychiatry. It's one of those fellows. It could be one of those groups. So those would be sort of psychiatrists in training, but who are beyond medical school and are seeing patients and just about to graduate, really. The other group would be with the actually the dual diagnosis pediatric substance use disorder services. The addition of that piece would allow us to have folks that are rotating with a special expertise and interest in addictions. So that will actually be anywhere from pediatricians to family physicians, those that are rotating, because we're also simultaneously establishing right now an addiction medicine fellowship at UNMC, and so that could really come from 8 different specialties. But either way, it'll be either folks that are specializing in psychiatry or specializing in addiction, and hopefully both. That would really be spending some time out there.
So if we put these 3 categories of psychiatric healthcare professionals together, we're approaching, well, it's more than half of a week, because you've got 25% of the time for the resident, 25% of the time for the pediatric substance use disorder services, and 10% of the time for the actual child psychiatrist. So they would complement each other to the extent that you'd almost have somebody there for a regular 40-hour week. Is that correct?
Well, I think it wouldn't be a full 40 hours, but they would certainly be there, and they would work concurrently. One of the things we envisioned at the very beginning really was a strong team meeting that really would coordinate services. And the second part of this, you see there's some coordination time in there. We also thought, and this is still under discussion, still under evolution, but currently there's not a medical director in that facility. And in many facilities, there is someone who sort of unifies across physical medicine services and behavioral and combines those to make sure there's expert coordination. And that's something we're exploring, in concert with the current leadership at Douglas County Youth Center to see if there is such a person or if that might be a role of interest, and that might help to coordinate things. The other piece is, and it's not explicitly stated in this proposal, but as much as possible, we would love to replicate having the same individual provide the services at Douglas County Youth Center and then at Charles Drew Health Center, so that you really have that sort of continuity of person. And so it's not just sending them to a random person outpatient, but to oneself potentially, if you could cross over that way.
And just to add to that, our intention is, again, as previously stated, we're not going to duplicate. And so depending on where the young person or and/or family decide they want to get service, we'll do everything to coordinate the placement of that. But again, the intent is to create a continuum of care that takes care of the total individual and incorporates the family where appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is really exciting, and I want to thank you, Dr. Liu, and UNMC, and Mr. McMorrison, and the Drew Clinic for your help. This is a very exciting proposal and a good first step towards better care for the kids that are in our custody. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Kraft.
Yes, just a couple quick questions. One is, who will these employees report to? Will they report to Juvenile Justice Center? Will they report to the parents? Will they report to you and your organizations?
Well, do you want to start?
Yeah, so the intent is to have them report to us in the organization, but the collaborative effort will be happening in consultation and working with individuals within DCYC. So reporting structure-wise, we'll have subcontracts in place that protect entities and collaborative relationships there, but the reporting structure would go to the host sites.
And when you can, you're going to involve the parents, from what I read here.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you'll be able to report to the parents.
Absolutely.
Great. Then the next, how do we envision funding this?
I can answer that.
Yes.
Basically, right now, the goal of it is to, well, we've been working on this since first week of August. So the first week of August, we've been planning to this. The goal is to have it implemented in January of this year. This will give them a time to fine tune everything, get everything in place we need to get in place legally, contract-wise. And then we have a commitment from a private funder to fund half of this for this year. So our goal is the private funder would have half, but as you see some of these costs in here, what can count toward the other half from us is the amount that probation spends on the eval. The state pays for that. The amount that's already there from Region 6, where they pay for Heartland Family Services, will go for that. And then, you know, as Brad noted in the report, there's some things we already do. So we'll go about lining that up to see how we make that go with existing pieces, and then there may be a gap, and then we'll look at funding that. So that's how we'll fund it.
Good. Because I think this is important enough that if we had funded completely,
Well,
we should.
the hope is to do it 6 months and then have the discussion in the budget for the following full year once they run it through.
And are you going to be easing into this, doing some trials first before we implement the contract, where you talk to the youth, talk to the parents?
Yeah, I think certainly, Commissioner Kraft, the idea is for us to really to be as, I would say, in partnership as possible with everyone at Douglas County Youth Center, the families served, the youth, to make sure that we are integrating as seamlessly as we can with existing services. And then there is a component built into here, which I should just point out, which is the metrics. We really believe that we need to make sure we look at the outcomes. And so that piece we would like to implement even in the pilot phase, to look at those outcomes and ensure that you know, we are actually changing quality of care and some of those recidivism pieces. And then I think that should give us some more, I guess, good sense of how things are going.
And it's safe to assume that you've studied other systems similar to this in other youth centers? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I ask, I mean, I think this is one of those things where, I guess in NACO, there's a term that you've seen one county, you've seen one county. And this is a kind of one of those things. I mean, there's some, I don't know if you can say there's an exact footprint for this across the country. They really took time in looking at this, and then the follow-up conversation of the last 2 weeks with Brad and Mark. This is pretty much how it's going to have to happen, and people should understand. As the numbers get lower, the issue will be harder. When the number gets lower, that group of kids will be harder. So this was pretty much a good, hard conversation with probation, Dr. Liu, Region 6, and looking at these kids, talking through it all. And Ken back there was very instrumental in regards to the dual diagnosis piece. So I wouldn't say it's built from anywhere else. It's built to the specific profile that we're dealing with now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morgan.
Okay. First of all, I think this is a real excellent positive, certainly in the future of our youth. I wanted to be certain, I was going to mention the funding, and I think I'm appreciative of the private sector being involved with us in this endeavor, and I know you've worked hard, Mary Ann, and others on this.
Hold up, BJ. Ma'am, hold up. What school you with?
I'm just doing the 4th grade courthouse. We're about to tour
Fullerton, okay. Sure did. Okay, thank you all. Thank you all. Okay.
I wanted to be sure that Brad Alexander, if there's anything you want to add or ask, because you're an important part of this and we want to keep you involved in it. If you have any comments or questions, to hear your thoughts.
No, I think it's absolutely fantastic, and the more you learn, it's just really easy to get behind this, and I'm excited for the opportunities for the young people that we serve and their families, and I think this is just exactly what we've been looking for, and we're certainly going to do everything we can to support it, and I'm anxious to see where it goes.
Okay, and I share Commissioner Kraft's thoughts about, our participation in this and to work together with the private sector to initiate this and keep it going and hopefully even do more. So thank you very, very much, the DURU and also the UNMC.
Thank you very
Really
much,
appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Commissioner Boyle?
It's a terrific project, needless to say, absolutely so needed. In the conversations I've had with citizens that I listen to, and I don't support the downtown location, but I support all the programs that you're talking about and the programs that we have in place to try to intervene and keep kids out of the system. But as you look at this list, these are not jaywalkers. They're kids in serious trouble, firearms, and all the rest of it. And what people said to me over and over, why don't you spend this money to stop this? I mean, to get in front of it, and which is a wonderful concept, but very difficult. You can't exactly go into a home and say, you need to do this with your child. We don't have the right to intervene except under some circumstances where something's happening where we have a right to intervene on behalf of the citizens. So I think what we need to do in addition to what you're doing, which is absolutely terrific, we need to talk about really dedicating money from all sorts of sources to set up much more active ways to treat children and to intervene, and adults as well. In the adult system, we have 60-some% of the people in our adult correction facility are suffering from mental illness. They don't belong there. We've had mental health clinics where our patients call us when someone broke a television set, called us, and this person's in a mental health, and sent them to the jail. The system that we have and the relationship is not good. It's very difficult and broken. My bottom line is we need to figure out how to intervene and help people before they enter the system. And that's going to be working with the school system, working with you and all that, and the whole program. You know what needs to be done. We need to give you the money to do that. We need to partner with you. We need to come up with the money. That's my position. So I really appreciate what you're doing, and it's a godsend. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Before I go to Commissioner Borges, let me answer one of your questions, Commissioner Boyle, which I think was long-term discussion in the room. So you should note that, so the initial partnership, Kenny mentioned that a lot of the kids reside in Charles Drew's area, but another piece is not even just Charles Drew in one world. The possible long-term, once they get this working, hopefully if they choose to go to Drew, because everybody should note the major link in this is parent and personal choice and voice. So if they choose to go, particularly kid-wise, there's a good opportunity to be able to make the connection because Charles Drew and One World have school-based health centers. So once they have that, and Kenny, you can chime in after this, it's safe too. Once you touch the kid, there's a hopefully possibility that you can get to the family and being able to get to that issue there. And Commissioner Borgson mentions it all the time, the family piece. There is opportunity to get there as this evolves and we learn how to work different aspects of it. You look like you want to say something.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Commissioner. I really just wanted to state that, we're a federally qualified health center, and we're charged with taking care of the entire family. So not only does it just include mental and behavioral health, but that's primary medical, that's dental care, oral health care, and even pharmacy to a certain extent. So when we're looking at the entire individual, the entire family, we're just not taking a one-size-fit-all. Right. We're looking at what other community resources and other community linkages that we can bring to the table to help that individual and that family reach its fullest potential. So this is really just not, while this is kind of what we're addressing, we're really trying to address the bigger systemic issues that unfortunately some families are put in that create this type of environment.
Thank you. Thanks,
Commissioner Borges.
Well, thank you both for being here today, and thank you for the proposal. when Commissioner Rogers and I first sat down with you to discuss it, we knew the enthusiasm was there to get something done, and so we certainly appreciate that. And this builds on, I mean, our Douglas County Youth Center has done a tremendous job with the resources that we've given them to address the issues of our youth in that facility, and especially through some help with Region 6. We appreciate that, but this builds on that. And the big piece for me is what Commissioner Rogers just said, is that we as Douglas County can begin to systemically and philosophically think a little bit different in the family as a whole unit versus just that child. And bringing in Charles Drew for that piece, because you share that philosophy, is key. And so I'm excited to get this started and at least kind of follow through, seeing where we still might have some missing points when we get this thing going and start to provide these services. We do have existing providers, Lutheran Family Services for being one, that some of these children and families have garnered that relationship with, and we don't want to break that or sever that. Because a lot of times with those, with individuals that have mental illness, that trust factor is huge, as well as the family's trust factor of who that provider is treating their child. So again, I don't mean to speak for Commissioner Rogers, but we couldn't be more pleased with how our discussions have gone and where they've led us to with all of you and stepping up to the plate with us. And so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. One of the things, and Dr. Liu, I'm particularly interested in your timeline here for the initial part of this, but longer term, and we've struggled with this, as you heard from the corrections report, the recidivism is a real symptom of, well, we're not maybe doing it as well as we can. And so hopefully by providing the services that we're outlining here today, we can impact that. But one of the metrics to measure whether or not the success of these programs, any of these programs we're talking about, but I think particularly this one, is tracking over time the children that we're talking about. If you look at this list, and you should get a copy of it, I think the youngest kid on here is like 13. And so if they come in and they present at that young age with problems that maybe we could address using your services, we'd have 3 or 4 years to track that child to see, as Commissioner Boyle pointed out, whether they go from our facility and then back into a home that maybe doesn't function quite as well as it maybe could, and we provide some other services there through yours program or others, but whether they ever come back to us, because the success is really, we never hear from you again. The success is you went back and you graduated from high school and you went on to live your life as a productive citizen. And we've had difficulty following that, capturing that number. And so I'm just pointing this out because I think that if we're going to put together something to measure success of this program, recidivism has got to be right in there.
I think so. It's a great comment, Commissioner Kavanaugh. And I would say 2 things. One is that, I think that piece of the tracking, we certainly believe that the navigator portion is going to be really important, and not just for data, but really it's the relationship. I think as Mr. McMorris mentioned, and I think as Commissioner Borgeson mentioned with therapists and so on, continuity of care as much as possible we would really like to have, and I think that navigator function will help us on that area. But you're also right, 6 months isn't always the window to say, well, this is great or it's not working. It's really over the course of years and over many, many lives of working with youth to see how their trajectories either bend back towards where we hope they can achieve their full potential, or unfortunately sometimes they progress in the system. And so we hope that as much as possible we can bring them back towards a happier outcome. So we will certainly look to the data to do so. And I don't know if Mr. McMorris wants to comment on the navigation piece.
Yeah, and we'll add, there'll be a series of kind of starting out with a lot of it's going to be process measures. I mean, you kind of look and see, okay, are we making progress on certain things, and then ultimately we'll get to some of the outcomes. But our intent in terms of doing this is to really state it as the long haul. At some point, we got to figure out how we're going to transform the system, and we believe this is an opportunity to make that happen.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Boyle?
Yes, I wanted to, when Commissioner Borgeson mentioned Lutheran Family Services, they've been here and talked about trauma. And I'd like to ask you just to make a few comments about that, because they talked about violence in the home, seeing their parent beat up, or having a brother shot or something of that nature, or a relative assault, whether it's sexual or otherwise, that they've suffered, that really, that trauma really, I leave it up to you obviously, but I believe from what I've heard that it affects a person's entire life. And we also found that we were asked by some folks who deal with brain injuries to get numbers of people in our adult system who have had brain injuries, and it's startling. The number of people who, as children, were thrown across a room and their head hit something, or somebody hit them with a bat, you know. And so I really want to know if we can get into the trauma aspect. There's Robert Redford's son, Jamie, did a film, and I met him at a national conference and got a reference to it, and it was actually shown at Film Streams. And it's something we probably ought to get and show here that could go out over Cox Communication. But it showed something that really surprised me a great deal. There was a lot of mothers sitting there with their children who were traumatized. The children were traumatized. And as the treatment went on, it was the mothers who were also traumatized. And it just led to, it was an incredible scene, mothers breaking down and while they're trying to help their child when they are the ones who are also involved. So anyway, I just mentioned trauma because I know that you've faced it and dealt with it, and a comment would be terrific, because I think we have to start talking about that as well. What do we do about trauma? There are some agencies in the city that are working on it, and we don't need to duplicate, but we need to work with them to get these things moving in the right direction. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, so I appreciate the comment, Commissioner. We are going to be and we have been very intentional about creating a trauma-informed environment in the work that we do. What we do know is that it's going to be very important that we build things on foundation. First being building a foundation of trust. And so that's trust with our partners, trust with the young people, trust with the families. And as we build that foundation, you also work through, and the second component of that is being, do you make me feel safe? And so if we can continue to stay the course on those things, be open to partnerships that really allow the patient and the families to drive what services work best for them, we believe we're going to be successful here. And so please note that the work that we're doing, the partners that we are bringing to the table are aware that we're going to be very intentional about creating a trauma-informed environment that meets the needs of the individuals and families.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Borges?
That did trigger someone that I think we need to bring to the table in terms of the trauma-informed piece of it. We also, and we've had discussions with Miss Clarice Jackson, and she was here 2 weeks ago maybe, for the dyslexia. And I think that this would be an opportune time for us to be able to bring in that assessment tool to find out whether or not some of our children that we're serving have dyslexia and are being put in that category for behavioral services when indeed it's more of a dyslexia issue. So anyway, I would, I'll get you the information, contact information, but I think this may be an opportune time because again, Commissioner Rogers and I have talked with the youth center about having some component of that during our assessment piece of the child, and this may be where we can bring that in.
That's a great idea.
Gentlemen, no further questions. Let me thank you two personally for your leadership on this. Let me note some other names, particularly Dr. Gould, because he put the full force of the university system behind that. They're sitting back there. They haven't come up. Doc is there, and I just want to, I mean, he's going to be a key part. I can't even imagine, but if you just want to introduce yourself for the record, Doug.
Yeah, my name is Ken Zuha. I'm a pediatrician and an addiction medicine specialist, and came on at the university to start the addiction medicine program and fellowship program, and have been serving youth in the juvenile justice system for the last 7-8 years at the Hastings Regional Center and at the Youth Rehabilitation Treatment Centers in Kearney and Geneva. And so I'm really grateful to be part of this and to be able to continue to serve youth that are involved in the juvenile justice system. So thank you.
His input has been invaluable. Nick hasn't come up, but Nick's been a workhorse back there. He can throw his hand up. Not only Kenny's staff, Tiffany White-Welchin, who's his mental health director, is actively involved. Mary Bisick and her staff, Heather Briggs, Molly Marion, Brad Mark, last couple of weeks to get everything up to speed. I might have said Heartland. Is it Lutheran Family Services I should be saying? Heartland? Okay. Okay. Heartland Family Services staff, Patty Jerkovich at Region 6, and Ann Hobbs, she came in her role from the state. So I want to thank you all for the work, because I guess we've been, 2-3 hours every week to some degree with this. I appreciate everything you all have done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
With that, we'll go to item number 2 and the Juvenile Center update. So while they're transitioning, as we learned last week, if everybody want to take a chance and stretch your legs while they're transitioning and setting up, we'll go from there. We if you need to.
Request before we begin on this component, I understand that it's an HDR PowerPoint presentation. I'd ask that that be emailed to us commissioners and to the clerk, so it's part of the public record, so that this presentation is available to us via email.
Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to present an update. And I want to recognize all the Commissioners' hard work and where we've gotten to this point. Programs like the one that was just presented are a result of looking broadly at what we need to do to reduce the population of kids in the youth center and have them in a more conducive environment for restorative care. So this is one, and there's actually a lot of things going on. As part of the update, I'm not going to cover all that. The focus is primarily on the facility update and some budget information of where we're at today. So, but I do want to recognize everything that's being done. And since Commissioner Kraft came back in, I wanted to thank him for his passionate and compassionate remarks at the start of today. I think that tenor is important to help heal a country. Thank you. So. I think you're familiar with the guiding principles, and what we're trying to accomplish is really transformative in the juvenile justice program. So the facility is one part of that, and all of these other programs, like the one that was just presented, will help as we move forward to the realization of the project. So the project scope is a tower justice center that's 10 stories that includes community programs, and I could increase the size of that, community programs, courts and support for the courts, probation, public defender, county attorney, and for the courts we're providing 6 courtrooms plus area for expansion of 2 additional courtrooms. In the youth center, it's a 4-story structure adjacent and connected to the Justice Center, 60,000 square feet that includes administration and admissions, the education component, the clinic that was discussed, and we've actually had been contacted by Dr. Liu to look at how that program would be incorporated into the new facility. We're looking at 48 beds with an expansion potential of 16 that would be shelled. And those numbers have been consistent from the time of the DLR Chin report. And we have those same recommendations. There's a lot of work to be done to achieve that, but even with all the good work that's being done at the Douglas County Youth Center, we believe there's opportunities to reduce those numbers through, again, the psychiatric program and to help reduce repeat offenders, as was noted earlier. And then a skywalk connection that would be secure for the movement of attorneys and public between actually this part of the existing building directly below the legislative chambers into the new facility, and that's about 200 feet in length. So this is a simple diagram. We continue to refine the plan, and you see a court in the 18th Street. That's something that we've had some initial discussions with city planning, but haven't formally asked for the vacation of 18th Street to accommodate that public space. You can see the roof, the green roof area on top of the youth center in 3-dimension. That's 4 stories higher than the courtyard, obviously, and then the relationship of the Justice Center and how those are connected. And the blue line is the Skylink to the existing building. So vertically, it stacks the 4-story youth housing or youth center on the left, and then the 10-story Justice Center with the courts and community and public lobby and probation and attorney space. Some revised images from what we had presented before, but still looking at the public space being on the east side of the building and adjacent to the public space that's on the ground. So you have all of the lobby space and the public meeting rooms on the east side overlooking the court area, on the courtyard area on 18th Street, and then the connector. And as we go through this, we're actually now not only measuring the space analysis, but measuring the quantities of materials to develop a fairly concise estimate. I think pulling together the best information that we have in the detail to estimate the cost. And then again, looking up 18th Street, and there's a couple of images here. I'll go forward. This is looking kind of at a closer look of the entrance to the lobby of the youth center and the lobby of the courts. And the idea is really to celebrate the justice in the civic area. So instead of looking at this as something that we don't want to talk about, we're providing housing for the kids in a restorative environment and combining the entrance to the courts and the Justice Center and celebrating that as something that's important in the community. You can see the Hall of Justice at the top right. And then the character and scale of the youth center is similar to the city library, a 4-story building out of brick. So the texture is the same, a light-colored brick. If you know the original city library, it's a light color brick as well with some stone detail. So the scale on this corner and then on the diagonal corner of the site are very similar in texture, and it relates to the neighborhood as well, the scale and the materials. So we have been working diligently and measuring, as I said, the needs and and testing how that would lay out in a fair amount of detail that then goes into the body of the cost estimating. And we have these for every level of both buildings. This shows the court space. The previous image was of the youth center, the housing. So a great deal of work and diligence in meeting with the people that would use the facility and making sure that these layouts are what they need to perform on a daily basis. So these are 4 courtrooms and all the judges' chambers and the supports. On the right side are more the public meeting rooms that would have the eastern exposure overlooking the courtyard, trying to bring as much daylight into all of the spaces as an element of the trauma-informed design. The one thing that's key about all of the programs help and are essential to improving the numbers at the youth center. But this simple slide shows the opportunity for immediate communication between the kids that are in the housing area and the Justice Center, the courts, and the attorneys and the probation. So that kind of immediacy, when we're looking at reducing the length of stay, if we can reduce it 1 day or 3 days or a week, those are all very important numbers. And this slide is kind of how that is going to happen, that kind of immediate and efficient communication and movement. So this reduces the amount of time it takes for, obviously, a child to move from the youth housing to the courthouse from where it is today. It's dramatic time improvement, but also the accessibility and the efficiency of all the other players here. So this is really the big idea, I would say, in how we improve this opportunity for the kids. So we have some just images. This is the main area of the housing. You can see the individual rooms, but this is where the kids would eat at the 2 4-top tables. The tables at the end, and access to fresh air that was mentioned, I think, in one of your comments, Commissioner Boyle, and trying to provide a space that respects dignity and also the humane aspect. So this is the an example of the individual room. So when you open the door, there's daylight right at the end of the room. The toilet is screened from the bed, a built-in desk, and these are all similar elements that are at the youth center, but have a little more attention to design, and we think the outcome and the experience for the kids would be much improved. And then the roof space is, this is a notional image of the roof. So to get to kind of the meat of the issue here, we have developed, this is a summary that will be presented of the project budget and project estimate at this point in time. I think it's important to note on the schedule, this is on the last page of your handout on the back, and it's double-sided printed. So this would be the same information on the back of your handouts. As far as schedule, we're at the end of schematic design in the middle of November 16th. We're scheduled to complete schematic design, and that doesn't mean that everything is set, but there's still time to modify, and we will continue to be meeting with the people that use the building and others as we go forward to tailor the design to the specific needs. So we've probably met with almost 100 people so far in this process that will be using the facility. And in addition to community leaders, 2 weeks ago we had a meeting that we heard the voices of some people in the community. and neighborhood meetings. We've met with the developer in the Flatiron District several times and listened to what their expectations and their desires are. So I'm going to introduce Don Molman, and Don's been a partner on this project, and I have great respect for what he brings to the project. Don.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. As Ruth said, Don Molman. I work with Burlington Capital. We're serving as the owner's rep, project manager for the owner's rep, which is the 501c3. So I know there's been a lot of anticipation relevant to the budget. I will say that this has been an ongoing process for quite some time. The way these projects come together, HDR has been working diligently with a lot of the users, a lot of the leadership relevant to finalizing the program. That was certainly done at a high level in the Chin report, but it's still taken a lot of due diligence to get down to the actual space plans and the diagrams that Bruce has shared here, much more detailed than what was simply stated. Through that process, we have been watching the budget. We are managing and designing to the budget. The budget has been established as $120 million. That includes the Justice Tower, the Youth Center, and the Skywalk. And so from that scope, that obviously is the meat of the project. Again, a lot of due diligence and a lot of hard work to get us to that point. So what's on the display right now is really kind of a high-level breakdown of site preparation costs, and these are mainly building construction costs. It identifies the Justice Tower and the Skywalk separate from the Youth Center. We see that at about $67 million and $26 million respectively. It puts our construction value at about $97 million. In addition to that, we have anticipated and prepared for some additional other construction-related items. That includes the telecom. Certainly will be very important to this facility. The building costs will put in all the infrastructure associated with that. So all the cable tray and fiber backbones and extensions and all of that will be incorporated into the construction number. So this is purely the equipment allowance. Audiovisual is another consideration. So we've had an allocation for that, as well as the security. Security, the meat of that, in excess of $1 million, is built into the construction number. A lot of that goes for the youth center for security purposes. There's also security needs within the Justice Tower. There are some holding rooms prior to attendance in courtrooms and that type of thing. Then we have some miscellaneous allowances, which is not a big number. That takes us to about $3.2 million in that. Non-construction items include, and this is really a placeholder for movable equipment, furnishings basically, and I want to emphasize that this is for the lobby and the common spaces. So that would include the courtrooms, the very public areas. It does not include all of the furnishings and all of the offices, if you will, for the various occupants of the facility, but more of the public areas. The the architect engineer, of course, is HDR. We see a value for them. I will just point out that that's about 7.25% of the construction numbers. We also have engaged independent design consultants. This becomes very important for checks and balances and expertise even deeper than the architect. And so those have been listed. Searle's report, as you may be aware if you've seen some of the borings that have taken place across the street, that's certainly integral for establishing the basis of structural design. We're looking at making sure vibration and acoustics are covered. There has been a wind study that's been done. This is to make sure structural stability, lateral loads, and that type of thing have been incorporated. Again, that's an independent party. Curtain wall. This basically is the envelope for the building. Extremely important. The building will be a unitized panel system that will be built off-site, put in place, and it creates the envelope. And so that includes the ceramic tile that you see in some of the renderings, all the glass, the doors, the entrances, and in essence creates essentially a dry environment. Food service and laundry, a little bit of participation in that regard. We're not planning on a full-service kitchen, but a serving kitchen, which still takes the equipment and the necessary items associated with that. Audiovisual ties into the construction numbers, but this is more on the consulting and the design specifically of the latest technology to go into the facility. Burlington is also identified as a project manager. That's about 2.25% of the building construction of the budget. And then we have special services. These include the other things primarily during the build, for the most part, a little bit of interaction. So the geotechnical is different than the swells report because this is the actual on-site investigations and, testing and everything that will be done by an independent lab through that. Survey has already been completed. Special inspections is a code requirement required by a third party. So that's like structural steel, the welding, concrete, the aspects that, again, are certainly integral to the project, but require an independent party inspecting those also. Environmental, this would include any abatement and really the aspect of engineering and then the performance of that work. This is more the engineering that includes a little bit of phase 2 overlap, but also gets down to the on-site inspections during abatement and then the certification that we would have record of as part of the site preparation. Commissioning, I think that speaks for itself. Rather than having the architect do that or perhaps the builder do that, this is an independent party that can be retained to do that. And then we've had an independent cost consultant working with us also through this process. So there are checks and balances in that. Other costs includes things like builder's risk, some of the accounting aspects. There are some fees from MUD, those types of things for utility connections and that type of thing. So essentially, the owner's contingency is about 5%. There is some contingency, not a great deal, that are built into the upper numbers. But nonetheless, that would take us to our Design 2 budget of $120 million. So I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone may have. Oops, I'm sorry. Let's cover that up.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. And thanks for this presentation. I just want to kind of preface this with a couple of things procedurally. We have this item on our agenda, and there's an agenda item request that's filed with the clerk's office as a public record to give the public an opportunity to see what we're going to be talking about. This entire $120 million agenda item had one page with no backup information. None of this information was available to the public before right now. Anticipating that, I requested through our administration the backup information for what you saw right now, and requested it last week when it appeared on the agenda preliminarily on Thursday, had to repeat the request on Friday, and finally late Friday afternoon received this one page from HDR, which is 15 words and a collection of figures that are this page with everything else deleted except 15 words and 4 numbers totaling $120 million. I can't imagine that this was not available last week, but it wasn't available to you, the public, and that's emblematic of how this whole procedure is going. When they ask for $120 million of our money, they give us 15 words, almost $10 million a word, and then come in with a slideshow that we've seen before and a whole bunch of more numbers that certainly were available, but they weren't going to give them to anybody before today. My kids are in school. When they do their homework, even if it's not done, you say, show your work. What we asked last week of HDR and company show your work, and they refuse to do it. That's emblematic of how this whole process has gone, because they just want us to give them $120 million and turn over the keys, and the project will go forward. So I have a few questions based on the information that I was able to get last week, and we'll have as much discussion as we can of this request for a $120 million plus tax increase. First question is, these terms in the document that you submitted today, which is an expansion of the one-page document you shared with us last week in support of your $120 million request, has terms on here which aren't really defined. And so I guess we would ask, or I would ask, that you define your terms enough to give us detail to determine the costs. So when you say things like building construction, which is the only category that you had under the $97+ million request on the item that you submitted last week, you now break that into three broad categories: site preparation, Justice Tower and Skywalk, and Youth Center. I guess we would ask for a little more definition of each of those terms to give us an idea of what exactly you're talking about, because this one-page document that you submit today doesn't show us any square footage for any of these listed items, and there is no listed item that represents the garage, which I believe is 4 stories, that is pictured here in your schematic today. So is there something else that you're going to submit to us at some time that would indicate the cost of the garage and the square footage of this project?
So the square footage is, on the summary that we went through first, was 168,000 square feet for the tower and 60,000 square feet for the youth center on the first slide. So those are approximation, but very close to the actual measured square footages. So I don't know if you're looking, this is obviously a summary of the cost, is what we've presented. But, you know, if you're looking for the cost of the foundations or the structure or the exterior cladding, or, you know, what kind of breakdown, we certainly have that, and that's what was used to develop this summary. So
but the garage is not listed here
the
anywhere.
garage is under a separate bond issue. It has been because it has a revenue component, and the Public Building Commission is also in discussions with both the city and the developer for the Flatiron on what would be needed for the area. So they're having those discussions on what would be the best answer for that.
This garage, which sits on the property that we have acquired, you're saying is a separate project?
Right.
But it's going to be on our property?
Well, right. It's all the same property owner. Whether there's participation by others, or if the discussion has been if there's another garage built with an adjacent development, how would that impact this size of this garage? So
you're not going to show us any numbers relative to the garage. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's right. But the Public Building Commission is still exploring that and would present those numbers when those decisions have been made. We've tested the size to accommodate the needs of this project, but it hasn't been determined yet how that would be allocated between the other parties.
So by excluding the garage, the project that you list on this one page that you submitted to us is $120 million. Including the garage, how much is the project?
Well, would be, I think the garage is in a range of $7 million.
78 million.
Yeah. Depending on exactly what's built. I wouldn't, until it's determined what that size is. But
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of integral to the footprint of this complex. As a matter of fact, I think that the drawings that you submitted to us, again, without any square footage on any of them, indicate that the garage services these buildings and is attached, in fact, to the cell block that you're proposing for the kids, right?
Well, we're not actually proposing a cell block, and I take exception to those terms because words have meanings, and that's exactly what we're trying. We're looking at presenting something to the community that's completely different than that.
I appreciate the difference in terminology. The two structures are attached, correct?
Right. And so we tested the design and how it could interact, but the procurement of that would be
Okay.
separate.
Well, if you're going to take that off the page, we'll talk about what's, I think, still on the page. The site acquisition cost, where is that budgeted on this one-page budget that you submitted? Site acquisition.
That comes out of separate funds, so we're identifying the $120 million bond issue.
I see. And what is the amount of the site acquisition?
I think that's a pending question right now.
Well, I mean, if
But
you
the
know,
allocation is about $4 million. That
$4
comes from
million for
inheritance
the
tax.
entire footprint of,
That's inheritance tax that's been funded and appropriated for site procurement.
right. I'm just trying to get to the number. So the site acquisition for the footprint of this project is what number, if you know?
Generally about $4 million.
Right.
Okay? That's in addition to the 120 million that you have on the page. The demolition costs, where are those budgeted?
Part of the site preparation,
Okay, and how much are the demolition costs?
probably about $1.5 million.
And that is here under where?
Site preparation.
Site preparation, okay. So $4.2 million for site preparation, 1.5 is for demolition costs. What's the balance for?
The remainder of that is just for the site clearing. There's logistics associated with what we call SOE walls to support the streets, to create the excavations, bringing in any perimeter controls. So we're going to have traffic controls, street controls, barricades, all that type of thing that will be required for certainly the implementation of the demolition and the ongoing build.
Huh? And presumably we'll receive a document that has a little more detail than this one-page document at some point.
I think as we evolve, and as I mentioned, we're at a conceptual stage, moving the program along with schematic design. So shortly, when schematic design is completed, mid-November, as Bruce indicated, there will be another pass at doing a schematic design estimate as the drawings get more completed.
Okay. The parking garage has no dimensions. As a matter of fact, it's difficult to figure out dimensions of anything on the schematic here. But what are the dimensions of the
It's
parking garage?
anticipated to be 5 stories and about 210 stalls.
Okay. And how many stories?
5.
Sorry?
5.
5 stories? And the total cost there was, I think you said 7 million? Is that right?
roughly 7 million.
The street structure that appears to be below grade, is that, am I looking at that correctly? It's hard to determine from the schematic that you presented to us before what's above the street and what's below the street, but it seems to slant. The grade
Yeah,
is
there's
slanting.
about 15 feet difference from Harney to Howard.
Okay. So that structure, where is that budgeted?
So the structure is included obviously in the build. The street, 18th Street, should that become vacated, that's an ongoing communication currently with NUD, a number of parties associated with that. And sharing that street, we've had preliminary discussions with planning to disclose that, talk about that from a traffic perspective. But that is not part of the $120 million. The anticipation is that if we're able to accommodate an 18th Street mall, we will look to some support funding perhaps from the philanthropic community. So that is not part of the project, the basic project. Of course, we'll have sidewalks and, you know, the perimeter covered, but 18th Street Mall is not part of the 120 million.
Okay, so what we picture on here is not part of this budget at all?
Not the mall, correct.
Right. And do we have any idea what the cost of that would be?
That's an ongoing discussion relevant to some of the amenities that would be on the mall, some of the utilities that are currently in the street, and some logistics associated with that. Round number, $3 million.
Okay. The year cost, construction cost estimate, is this a 2018 construction cost estimate, a 2019 construction cost
The
estimate?
construction cost estimate, properly done, would take us about halfway through the build, so from an inflation standpoint. But think of it as a 2018 cost.
2018 costs?
In reality, that would mean 2019 start of build.
Okay. And what is your construction schedule?
Once we have clearance and ownership of all the properties, commencement of the site preparation, probably about 32 to 34 months. We would still then, on top of that, allow probably a couple months for the move-in and the transition and full occupancy. So think of it, by the time we're occupied, once we get started on it, about 36 months. Less if at all possible. Of course, there's variables that this stage we can't predict.
Right. And we're all aware that the courts have a temporary restraining order hearing set for, I believe, November 13th.
That's correct.
And knowing courts, probably not get a decision the day of the hearing. But let's say, just for purposes of scheduling, that there was a decision by the 1st of December. And let's say for the purposes of your calendar here, that decision said go ahead. Then is it my understanding that you'd be talking about 36 months from essentially the 1st of December?
I think the funding has, you know, the sale of the bonds plays into that also. So once a project becomes funded, as you know, right now, there has been a conditional notice to proceed for services primarily by HDR. As Bruce mentioned, schematic design is going to be done here in short order. It would be helpful if we were able to have it go ahead on December 1 to continue the process through design development, contract documents, bid award. HDR is actually nearly complete with some site preparation plans, so this would be the delivery process with multiple packages that would be prepared by HDR, 7 or 8 of those, so that we can start the procurement and the process rather than waiting, you know, for full design, and design, bid, build, kind of the process.
Okay. So, no, it wouldn't be the 1st of December. There's preliminary steps beyond that.
That's correct.
We're talking sometime at least in 2019.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Most likely.
There is in here, as you indicated, a 2.25 construction manager's fee. Is that
That's
correct? Did I hear that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And where is that budgeted in here?
If you look on the, as part of the design and project management services, you will see that.
That number 3 down at the part of
Yes, sir.
non-construction, so that's $2,514,845.
Correct.
And that fee is paid to
Burlington.
Burlington. And then the architectural and engineering fee above in that same category of $7,347,100, that's paid to?
HDR.
Okay. And those service contracts would not be subject to the public bidding process that we normally engage in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Those have been predetermined by whom?
501c3, basically.
Okay, so the private corporation that was set up has predetermined about $10 million fees for architectural engineering and project managers, right?
In conjunction with board members, county board members.
Yeah, we're aware that there's overlapping boards of directors here. That's a different discussion. I'm just trying to get some budget and square footage numbers in place here. So we have the overall square footage footprint. And again, a one-page document that was not available until this morning. But it indicates 2 structures, 168,000 square foot structure for the Justice Center. But there's no breakouts for, there's community programs, court support, probation, public defender, county attorney, 6 finished courtrooms plus 2 shell courtrooms for a total of 8 courtrooms. Where do we find the breakout of the square footage for those particular components of that 168,000 square foot building?
Well, we have a detailed space analysis that we've been working with the users of the building, and that'll be part of the document for the schematic design package. So,
I'm sorry, that will be part of what?
the schematic design package, the completion of that.
Is there a preliminary square footage for those that it's available? That
Yeah, we could make that available.
Okay. Would you email that to us, please, so that we can look at that? And this schematic that you're talking about, when would that presentation occur?
Well, it could be in the November meeting,
Okay.
the 3rd or 4th week that's been identified for this topic.
Okay. And that would be
I would say November or December. Again, to contradict my associate here.
It's okay.
But we would like to have some time.
We contradict each other all the
To fully
time.
vet, again, the cost scenario and the budgets and that type of thing. So when they complete their design development,
Right.
we will then do, again, another thorough estimate of that work. In all likelihood, that would probably move us into December.
Right. I could kind of compare this to, if you're buying a house, the 2 things you really want to know are, what's the price of the house and how big is the house?
Sure.
In either order. And right now, I mean, we have a very sketchy idea of both of those, but the more detail that we can get, the better, and that's all I'm asking for, is the more detail that we can get. These documents that you submitted to us are good, but they don't have any square footage on them. And so it's hard to say that room is 10 by 10 or 20 by 20, or you know what I'm saying. I presume that whoever did these knows that that room is 10 by
Right.
10 or 20
Yeah,
by
that-
20, and that's all I'm asking.
Yeah,
is-
as I said, this is
This
a
is a co-
summary report. We have all of the detail of the room sizes, restroom sizes.
Great, and you can send that to us. You can email that over to us.
I think it's a concept stage right now, too. So again, schematic design will give more opportunity to finalize that. This has been molded. Basically, as I said in the beginning, it's a design to budget process. The budget has always been $120 million for the scope defined.
Well, I mean, that's a number that's been bandied about, but the tough part is this stuff costs so much to build. And, this is what you do, and you know what it costs. There are other people that do what you do, and they know what it costs too. And when we look at it with other people, they're saying, well, what's the square footage? How big is that room? How big is that floor? How big is that garage? And there's no way to tell from the documents submitted because there are no numbers of square footage on there. So it's like getting back to, we're looking at a house. Well, if I'm looking at a house, I know how big the front room is. I know how big the basement
There's a
is.
program analysis, which Bruce has defined. When we talk about the estimating, basically that's quantifying not room by room, but all the linear footages and square footages of all the components.
So the
And
process.
The thing I might want to be careful of here too, Bruce, I'm sorry, is that depending on how much disclosure we do this, our intent is to still take this out to public bids. And again, this is an estimate. And so from that standpoint, the level of detail can be very great, obviously.
Sure.
But then, what does that all roll up? And Commissioner, to your comment, certainly some square footages can be more clearly defined, so you have a better understanding of quantifying, at least at that scale, what the composition of $120 million is.
Right. And, here's a couple of examples. And Bruce, I think you alluded to this. The document that we looked at, without square footage, has, it appears, 68 beds. And you said, yeah, but, we got 48 beds and we expand to 68 beds. Okay, but I don't know how big any of those rooms are. I can go over to the youth center, and on the wall, they'll have their beds and how many square foot it is. That's the kind of stuff that I'm asking you, obviously, somebody who put that in there knows that room,
So
those rooms are X number of.
if I could just touch on the process we use for design, and it's on every project that we work through. We meet with the people that have the deepest understanding of the needs that they have. So we're talking to Brett Alexander and his staff on the size of those rooms. There's also guidelines on what those rooms are that we comply with. The same with the office sizes. We meet with the people that are going to be in those offices, or they have a spokesman, a representative for their department that has a good understanding of those needs. So that's how we work through a process. I mean, we're happy to discuss those sizes, but I think, at some point, we trust the people that we're working with. And there's some checks and balances, so someone's not asking for a 2,000 square foot office when that's inappropriate for the work that they're doing on a day-to-day basis. So we've done that with every department through a number of meetings to really understand what those needs are, and not just taking it, as this is what we do today, because we're looking at what are we doing tomorrow and trying to make improvements where we can in the areas that they currently exist. So it's a long and detailed process, but we have gone through that. We're happy to share it, and I think you can glean whatever you want from that detail, but.
I've tried to glean as much as I can, but I appreciate what you're saying, and all I'm asking is, give me those numbers, and we'll go forward, because exactly what you're saying is what we do. I mean, it's incumbent on us, because we were elected by the people, to talk to these people who are going to be occupying these spaces, and I have.
Right.
Each and every stakeholder,
Yeah.
I've talked to them about, well, what about the offices? What about the, the sleeping areas for the kids? What about this? What about the courtrooms? What about, to those people? And, some of them are happier than others relative to the discussions they've had with you. We're bound to do that ourselves. And I understand you're in the private sector, but you got to understand we got a public duty here to do that ourselves. And so all I'm asking you for is let me know what information that you have that you're proposing to house these public entities in. Because at the end of the day, it's our responsibility, not your
It
responsibility.
is our responsibility.
Well, nobody elected you to do this. And this is the first time that we've done this with a private
But we do
entity.
have professional responsibility.
I understand, and we've hired professionals for over a century to do these kinds of things, but we've overseen it, and it, at the end of the day, is our responsibility because the taxpayers are footing the bill.
Right.
I got a couple more, and then we'll go from here. The cost includes 8 courtrooms, and we have 6 now. As a matter of fact, we're just completing the 6th. I don't know that it's quite done yet, and 6 judges. But I presume that the 8 is looking forward for future expansion into that. But they appear to be all the same size. Is that right? I mean, I can't tell because there's no square footage, but they appear on the page to be all the same size. 8 identically sized courtrooms.
Yeah, and again, we worked with the judges on the sizing of those spaces as a group, in group meetings, so all the judges. Maybe there might have been a couple that weren't able to attend the meeting, but we worked with them on the sizes of the courtrooms.
Well, I only ask because in the Chin report, which also worked with the judges, they're not all the same size. As a matter of fact, the Chin report's got at least 3 different categories of sizes of courtrooms, and these don't seem to be incorporated into these sizes. But I can't tell, are these courtrooms on the 14,500 square foot Chin recommendation size, or are they on the 1,000 square foot Chin recommendation size? And I don't know if you know, but those are the kind of numbers that I'm looking for in terms of getting some square footage.
Right, and so we probably took a deeper dive than the DLR Chin on aspects like that, and with the current judges that are in place.
Right.
And we're comfortable that we're representing what we heard in those meetings. There's also probably a variation in family meeting rooms where there's discussions outside the courtrooms, and you're probably familiar with those kinds of discussions. So it's a combination of both the courts and these meeting rooms that are adjacent to the courtrooms.
And that's good, but I mean, it presupposes that you actually have some square footage on this. All I'm asking is provide us with that so that we can know kind of where those courtrooms are coming in. The drawing of the cell block area has hallways behind the sleeping areas.
Right.
It appears to be.
Yeah.
Kind of dead-end hallways. I mean, they don't connect to anything.
That's an access for the plumbing, so you don't have to go inside the room or inside the unit.
Okay.
And we debated, and there's different ways to arrange that, but that allows service of any of the plumbing without having to go into the secure area.
Sure. These go along the exterior walls of the building, between the sleeping area and the exterior wall of the building. My question is, if that's the case, how do you allow sunlight in? If there's
So
a
we
hallway
have
there?
openings into that space and then openings into the individual rooms, so it brings in daylight. So it helps the circadian rhythm, of the kids that are in there. And then they also have visibility and daylight from the front wall of the room through a side light. And so they have 2 opportunities for daylight and visibility.
Okay, so do we have a little more, I guess, along the lines of what you're talking about, in-depth representation of what that actually looked like? Because I can't tell from here where, if any, outside sunlight's coming
Well,
from?
it's, yeah, it's the window right at the end of the wall there.
This is a window?
If you hold it up, I can,
Sorry.
yes.
That's a window?
Yes.
Okay. And that's also, that wall is also where this hallway
Right.
is?
Right, so it's a translucent, so that allows daylight in.
But it's not a window to the outside of the building,
It's
it's a
not a
window to
vision,
the hallway that has
It's not a
natural
vision,
light.
yeah.
Yeah, I see, okay. The 16 rooms, as near as I can tell, that face the parking lot, how do they get light if there's a parking lot immediately adjacent to the exterior
Yeah,
wall?
so we're still able to bring daylight into that shaft, and so that shaft, that service shaft would be filled with daylight, and so that would provide the light into the room. In addition to that, on the front of the room, as I said, the front wall, there's also daylight shared from the outdoor space.
Right, the front goes into like a commons area.
Right.
But that's in the interior of the building. We're
Right.
talking the exterior wall space that abuts the service corridor that is the exterior wall that is,
It's not a
correct me if I'm wrong.
It is
it's-
not, the west wall, I think is what you're referring to.
No, north wall that goes to the parking lot. So
Can we
the-
turn
That would be the
the
west wall.
projector back on?
It's this wall here, these are sleeping areas, this is the parking lot.
Right, so
I'm
the,
talking about the north wall.
so on the east and west wall are the outdoor areas, so there's daylight at the end of this day room.
Yes,
And then there's side lights on the sides of each of the sleeping rooms that the daylight comes through that space and the back wall of
Right.
the sleeping area.
so the north wall, I mean, these are set on the south wall and the north wall. And the south wall, you know, the exterior of the south wall is, I guess that's Howard Street.
Right.
The exterior of the north wall is either the courthouse or the parking garage. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there is no exterior light.
There is. At the ends of those is the.
No, I
is
understand the
outdoor
east and the
space.
west, but there's no north exterior light like there would be on the south side.
There
as
would
you
be.
explained.
We'd bring that down through the shaft, so that shaft would be filled with daylight.
It'd be like open at the top or something?
Not open, but glazed.
So there would be some space between this structure, the parking structure, and the courthouse structure. They would not be exactly abutting. Is that, am I
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
Okay. You mentioned in here in a portion that deals with food service laundry. Is there an interior food service laundry facility in this? Because I couldn't tell from the schematic.
Right. I only showed two representative plans of the level of detail, but we do have, as Don mentioned, a serving kitchen and then laundry, but those are currently contracted services and would continue to be contracted.
Right. The food service at the existing facility is provided by the Douglas County Health Center, and we contract out the laundry there. But
Right.
the food service for this facility, and we have all 10 pages, so we have the entire thing. So it presumably is in here someplace, isn't it?
Yeah, it would be on the first level. There's a dock area, so that it would be adjacent to the dock and storage.
Okay, and the dock area faces the parking garage, faces the courthouse, faces the Howard Street?
It faces the parking garage, so you come between the library and the new tower, there's a service dock off of Harney Street.
So this anticipates what, the food would be from off-site?
Right.
Okay. And are you involved with where that food would come from?
Well, it would be a discussion on the vendor. It could come from the same location that it does now.
Okay. The current Douglas County Youth Center is about 90,000 square feet.
Right.
From what we gather here today, you're talking about 60,000 square feet.
Right.
Right? So this is, 50% smaller area, and there's no real way that we can anticipate that the population's going to be 50% less than it is today, which is 80.
Well, the 90,000 square feet was designed with 144 rooms.
Mm-hmm.
So it's already using less than it was designed for. So the 90,000 is based on 144 room design. So the 60,000, the space per room is actually a little more than
Okay.
currently exists. And we're trying to design to the right module size. So the way that it's serviced now with one staff per 8 kids, we're trying to design this to that level.
And I've been in there, multiple times. I'm sure you have too. And I've been inside the actual rooms where the children stay, and so it would be real important for me to have some idea of these rooms that we're proposing, we're looking at in here, are bigger, smaller, the same. There's a document that you probably have, which is the product of our Douglas County Public Property, which shows the existing square footage of each
Right.
and every component
Mm-hmm.
that is a stakeholder in the project going forward. And it shows what they have and what they could have if, you were looking down the line, as we should. So that's essentially what we are missing on this. It doesn't show that those areas, yeah, the areas that we're talking about in this document,
yeah,
just needs kind of the fill-in of this document to give us some idea of how big is the probation office, how big is the county attorney's office. I mean, we just don't have that.
Yeah,
we
and
do have
at the start of our design, we worked closely with Jerry Leahy, understanding the existing needs, and then we followed that up when we met with the actual users and looking at the documents and the space they currently exist in.
So you'll provide us with those, I mean, presumably today? Soon?
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. Fair enough.
Okay.
All right. Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
And it's, again, we're in a process, so things, we've been really consistent on the size of the buildings from the start, and with the help of Jerry and understanding, making some projections. So we've been pretty consistent on the size of the departments, and I know you've gone through those discussions in the administrative services meetings as well. So there's going to be, changes as we go along, but it's been pretty consistent to this point in some of the projections we've made.
If it helps to put it in perspective a little bit, again, we're just short of schematic design. Some of the questions and the details that you're asking, program can identify that. Again, the square footages that have been incorporated in the current plan. But the final contract documents, to put it in perspective, if we were to continue work, would be done June, July of next year. So we're literally 6-8 months ahead of the curve here in some of the questions and the final answers that you're asking, rightfully so. But again, I think the program information will help answer your concerns.
And I appreciate that. I think discussion that we're having here is good, and I invite you to attend the next Administrative Services Committee discussion, because it's going to be right on this and on the information that you're sending us. And it would be great to have your input on that. It's no secret that I don't necessarily agree with everything that you're proposing here, but I do agree that we need a new juvenile courthouse. And how we get from where I sit and from where you sit is just a process of I think, communication. Everybody wants to do the right thing, wants to have the right outcome. The point is that we have different views on what's best and what's affordable and what's the smartest thing to do. But I don't know that we're as far apart maybe as we might think sometimes. So I'm just looking for as much information as I can get. And when we get to that hearing, I would hope that you would participate in that, because there's a lot of people out that contact me directly and contact the other commissioners directly with a lot of these same kind of questions. And it's good for the whole process to include them in the discussion. And I know that there's been some effort. I have one last question. There's a new website called Juvenile Advocates. Is that your website? Do you have anything to do with that? It just kind of appeared in the last week or so.
I'm not sure what that
I don't
is.
know who put it up or who finances it or where it's coming from. You don't know?
I would add that there's additional due diligence. We met with representatives from the King County juvenile justice system who's in the middle of their construction project, and they were very helpful in some of the things, the process that they went through, and I think it validated the process that we've been moving forward with. But also, you know, there's similar discussions, and it's always good to learn, you know, what could have gone better and what went really well from other perspectives. So
right.
There's a lot of due diligence going on. The last time we presented a couple of similar sized communities to Douglas County in Minnesota, Ramsey, and Hennepin County. So continuing discussions with those people on what they've been doing. I would say it's as much programs related as facility related, and it's all important to get to the right answer.
I couldn't agree more. And, you know, we've done our due diligence as well and reached out to people in similar jurisdictions. Where is King County?
Seattle.
Seattle.
So it's about 4 times the population, and but in kind of percentages or ratios, they're going from over 200 beds down to 88 beds for 4 times the population.
You know,
and they looked at renovating an existing youth center right across the street and determined that wasn't the best path forward. So, you know,
the discussion with particularly individuals involved with the Hennepin County thing has led us to some understanding of what they do and the differences between that facility, that one that you showed us, and the facility that we're proposing here, which are discussion for another day. But it brings up a point that, you know, bothers me a little bit. We have these overlapping boards of directors, which I have a problem with. You know, members of Douglas County, people who work for us, who have been tasked with serving on this private corporations board. And I'm not comfortable with that. There's now a proposal to send them, those members, not the county board members, not the elected officials, to Hennepin County, suggested by you, as a possible model for what we're doing here. And this is just a comment about how I am uncomfortable with how this private partnership, if you want to call it that, is proceeding. It's proceeding by the private sector telling the public sector what to do, and not including always the elected public officials. So something went out from our administration that said staff will be sent at county expense to look at Hennepin County at the suggestion of HDR, but the board can go if they want to pay their own way. And I'm sure that everybody else got this, and it was kind of laughable. It's like, really? I thought we were elected to make these decisions. The staff who have been tasked with serving on your private corporations board will be paid for by the public, but we, who are elected by the public, get to pay our own way. That's just an observation. I don't have anything further. Thank you very much.
can I just, again, terms matter, words matter, it's a
Do you want
nonprofit.
to, yeah, you going to correct that?
Yeah.
Because
Well,
I'm
if you
about to
want
correct it,
to,
yeah.
yeah.
That's wrong. Your
Oh, I have the email that went out.
I don't know what's in the email.
Oh, well,
That's flat
Mr.
out-
Bloomingdale's here. He sent the email. He can answer that.
That's flat out wrong. Nobody, there is, and correct me if I'm wrong, one board member that's talking about going said that they would pay their own way. This is not inconsistent with anything that's happened in the past in regards to going and seeing projects that the county's done for years. So, having, other people pay that shouldn't pay and all that, that's not true. That is absolutely not true. And while I'm at it, before I go to the next speaker, let me just correct. You know, they work for us per the agreement, so they are us. They're doing the management of the work. To kind of put it as if they're out there freelancing is untrue. That's why they're here reporting. So I just want to make that for the record. Commissioner Boyle.
Boy, Commissioner Kavanaugh really asked some annoying questions that I like answered. Anyway, and I know that there's and to speak to that trip in Minneapolis, I was surprised, and I asked a question. I said, why would we pay? I don't really care. It's Minneapolis, and jump in the car and drive up there, take my wife, spend a couple of days or whatever. We have family up there. Anyway, and the answer I got was because of all the spotlight on taxpayers looking at us, that we have to pay our own way. Well, we really shouldn't be because it is government business, but that's how far we have gone in the hole on this project. This morning I got 2 emails. One used the word sneaky. Why are you so sneaky? And the other one I won't even talk about, but it was much more graphic. We have lost a lot of trust because of this project. And I mean, it's, I asked often for, let's have public meetings, and all this. And the information that Commissioner Kavanaugh brought up is really relevant. I mean, how big are these offices? And I mean, we just need more. I think what you need to do is actually do a video or maybe even a model. And the idea, what I understand from what you said about the windows, that kids, young people will be looking out of windows into garages. I don't get that. That's horrible. If that's what happens, maybe I misunderstood. But, Commissioner Rogers just said, you work for us and we're in charge. Okay, well, here's something that I have tried to do and can't get it through this board, is that we need to see other options. And one of the options is pretty breathtaking, but it probably could make some sense. Tom Riley said to me, the public defender, why don't we go into this building? Why don't we move everything over here and remodel this building? And I'll tell you what, I ran into I meet the mayor occasionally at different events, and I mentioned it to her, and I said, maybe what we should do is do this building and move to the Civic Auditorium site and build a new library and a new city hall and do it over there. And I certainly don't speak for her, but she didn't say, you are really a fool. She looked and really made no comment. It wasn't negative, that's for sure. But anyway, we have not had alternatives. And one of the most relevant alternatives is the present youth center. We're struggling, and one of the things that really turned me against that facility being built there, one of the big items, was the number of beds that are be available. And early on, I mentioned when I was going to those meetings, I said, I think we need to have more beds. And I was shot down, no, we're not doing that. Well, now that's exactly what we're doing. And apparently it's because of Aaron Hansen, who's a gang officer, and came over and said we need more beds. I don't really know. But there are more beds now, but it was something that I got shot down on. We're not going to do that because we are going to drive down the numbers. Well, today we were told they were 80, and
I think there's misunderstanding.
Okay, well,
the number.
there's a lot of misunderstanding. I'm really sorry, Mr. Carpenter, but there really is. And so anyhow, I mean, we don't even know the operating cost. The present facility over at 42nd Street, we have geothermal in there, I believe. We have the food service that comes from the hospital. We have the laundry. It's all in place. If something goes screwy and we do need more rooms, it's there. We've got the ability to add on. We don't with this one. It doesn't, it makes me very uncomfortable, and I regret some of the actions that I took that put us in this position, because I made a mistake calling for the condemnation of that building and moving that site over there. We probably should have pushed MUD, but I think they were afraid of who was going to be next door to them, frankly. I don't think they liked the people coming and going, to tell you the truth. I don't think anybody likes that. There's a deep-seated, not in my backyard kind of rumble, even the opponents, I mean, to some degree. I mean, I understand. I mean, where do you live? Oh, I live across the street from the detention center. That's not something that's anybody wants to be saying. But, you know, so much you talk about King County and all the rest of it. All this information is being filtered. I mean, you know the information, and then you get it and tell us. We should have done that 2 years ago. We should have contacted them, had them come in. We should have had meetings, because the people in the community, regardless, and it's perception that matters. They believe that we are hiding information. They believe we're dealing behind. They think we're dealing with the business community and making deals, when in fact, as far as that goes, the operation that I see with Burlington makes great sense. If you look at the Noddle Company, they're doing this for so many companies, even Kiewit, I understand. Noddle is their construction manager, which is really bizarre, but that's what happens now, and it works well. So I don't have a problem with that model. Plus, I do have to say that the fees of that company are dramatically lower than what they could charge us and what is the going rate in town. So we're fortunate. So that I support. The I'm sorry, I made some notes while we're talking here. What we need are a couple more options. And the board, I don't know, and if you do work for us, you know, I guess I'm not authorized to say do this, do that. No one commissioner is, but I would like to see, so we can compare, what is the cost of going to 42nd and Woolworth? And that includes the juvenile court as well, totally. All the judges, their courtrooms, the whole thing, they have to be there. And we also need to bring in adequate transportation, because that is lacking, terribly lacking for that site. I would like to see what it would cost for us to do that out there, and we don't have that information to compare it. What would be the cost of doing this building over into courts and offices for, I mean, we're already hooked up with the courthouse. This makes such great sense. What if we did that? And, you know, I also asked, can't we put the youth center over the garage? And I asked a person who had authority, and he said, that's something I'll check into. And he called me back in less than 5 minutes that it won't work. So, I mean, I don't have enough information to feel comfortable with what you're doing. And you do work for us, that's true, but, and I know you're working hard to do it, but it just doesn't, it doesn't seem to be working real well. We need comparisons, we really do, and the taxpayers are demanding it. You know, and there are just questions of what the cost is, and we just don't have enough information, my feeling. And interestingly enough, you know, if we change perspective and don't do that building across the street, we don't condemn that building, and if we remodeled this building, or if we went to the youth center, you know who else made that kind of a decision fairly recently? HDR. Remember? HDR was downtown and next to the Holland, and it didn't get built there, and for what a lot of reasons.
But we did build an entirely new building with new parking.
What's that?
We did build an entirely new building with new parking
In
a single location.
In Exarban?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. The downtown site, for whatever reason, didn't work, and so HDR itself moved and made a different decision. Don't we have the same right? Don't we have the same obligation to look at these options? I think we do, and I'd like to see us do that. You know, and I don't know what the city's involvement is in this, but I don't know that we've had some contact with them, pretty informal, but you know, I don't think there's been enough discussion. We haven't been out in the community, and talking here and making these presentations just isn't enough. We need options. That's what I feel.
Okay, Commissioner Morgan's next, but let me, before you go, PJ, and Mike, let me preface this, that I respect your decision, whatever you made, but I got to put a couple of things there.
You know, if I could, Mr. Rogers, when someone speaks from the podium to
That's
make
not true.
corrections and comments.
That's
So
not true.
I
No,
don't appreciate
I'm
your
not making,
correcting.
I'm not making corrections.
I don't appreciate your taking,
I'm
correcting me. I really
Well,
don't.
I hear your comment,
I
and
really don't.
I'm not correcting you. I'm giving a fact on it.
Yeah, okay, I got it.
So, let's just note, and recap, that in the past, there's been a presentation given. And the presentation that was given then noted 4, 5, 6 different sites that was looked at. So to say that other sites weren't
What
looked
were the
at,
sites?
it's not true.
It was 42nd Street, the MED site, this site, the Civic Auditorium site, and one other site. There were 4 downtown.
I've never seen those. I'd
Mike,
love to see those.
They've
That
been
is
in
there, but let
presentation.
me, okay, for a second, let me say, that presentation was given here that presentation was given here in August. That presentation was given again last month, so
Really?
I'm not correct, I'm just stating the facts.
Okay, well, I'd like to
So,
see them again.
That's
Can I-
fine, they can give
can I
you
see
that,
'em
because
again?
that's the presentation. Let me note again that, to the point that was said, I think Brad, somebody mentions, or somebody that was doing that presentation mentioned something about the 80 kids. That was the point of saying, if 80 kids, no, you said it, that you had a conversation with somebody, and that if 80 kids got put in there, we'd be in a, what if 80 kids got picked up by
Yeah.
the police? Okay.
Aaron Hansen.
If 80 kids got picked up now, we'd be overloaded.
Yeah,
Okay, so what's the difference between happening now or it happening then?
because we have the ability to expand on 42nd Street.
No,
We
not
don't
really.
here. This
I
is
mean,
a fixed
the
item. You can't add another floor to it, I suppose.
Well, Mike, the operational capacity at 42nd Street is 96.
You know what I was told, Chris? That they would take the
You out of
green
order.
space.
You
know what I
you
would-
will, but you're out of order now.
You know what I was told? That if that happened, they would turn the green space into housing. That's what I was told.
Mike,
This thing
okay,
is.
no, listen to me.
No, listen to me. That's what I was told, Chris.
Mike, okay, like I said,
Yeah,
you're older than my father, and I'm gonna give you that respect.
I am.
Okay, I'm gonna give you that respect. But I don't know if they're gonna put people out on the green space to answer that question. Let me say, if 80 kids came in there, that would happen. The 80 kids piece, and I've heard this from a couple of people, are saying that what are you gonna do with these kids that have serious offenses? Well, I've heard it said from the superintendent, and the fact is, about 20% of those kids have serious offenses. So that may be 20 or 30 kids. Those are the kids, Brad said, that are driving that number of stay up. And as noted before, detention cannot be a permanent placement in the state of Nebraska, meaning those kids that are sitting there, other than those kids that are there on adult charges and waiting to go to East Omaha, are waiting for a placement. Now, the program that we went today is trying to get at some of that, but also, next year in July, those kids cannot sit in there. That number will change. And so, just let me know too, to get this clear with the point of this trip, one commissioner said they will pay their way. And
Why?
that commissioner, because that commissioner wanted to do it.
Yeah.
So that's what it is with that. So I just wanted to clear the fact up on that. Commissioner Morgan.
Well, I appreciate your corrections, but
Okay.
put me down to speak again to correct
Sure.
your corrections.
Commissioner Morgan.
Well, I'd let Mike go ahead before me as a
Okay.
courtesy to
Well,
both of you, if
Then
you like.
Commissioner Kavanaugh's
Well,
next.
Well,
excuse
then
me.
I'll-
Commissioner Kavanaugh's next though, Mike. Yeah.
Then I'll go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just trying to.
Games.
No games.
Claire and I-
Wait a minute. You all haze me because you say you want me to, because I adhere to it. Then when I try to be in order, then I'm playing games. I'm fine to take the beating. Just know I'm being consistent.
First of all, I was just trying to be courteous. I wasn't trying to beat you. And secondly, I appreciate the job that you have, and I assure you, if I was here for 30 years, which I won't be, I wouldn't want your job as chairman of this board under any circumstance.
But just say I got cursed out in
lastly-
front of 30 million people when I was playing basketball. This is pushing me.
You're doing just fine. Claire and I are the two commissioners that are going there, and that's just my policy. I did it to some extent when I was mayor, and that was just a policy that I kind of initiated because I'm appreciative of the chance to serve and feel it is a privilege to serve. And I want to have as much information as I can. I also want to thank you two gentlemen for, being here and answering questions and explaining where we are. and I'm going to throw this to Claire, and he may want to respond later, but I'm not sure, how we could remodel this building to move things over and who you'd move out of the building. And you might be able to talk about that at some point in the future, and it doesn't need to be today or next week or whatever. So I just want to mention that because we did talk about that a bit, and even building out onto the street to the west. And then we did talk about the auditorium site and some of the difficulties there with the judges, attorneys, and going back and forth. That was also discussed, as I remember. The thing I wanted to do and why I asked for the chance to speak was I want to be sure, Brad, that you have a chance if there's some questions you want to ask about their presentation, because you are an important part of this. That's why I visit with you about, whether you were going to Minneapolis or not, and you told me you were a few weeks ago, because my thought was I wasn't going to go if you weren't going, because I feel you're an important one to ask questions, and I also assured you not to worry about offending me. I want your input, and if I've stated anything incorrectly, you owe me to correct me. And that's important to me because you've been the director, and I totally respect that you have more knowledge than I have, and I told you that on the phone and when I've talked to you at your conference room. So all I'm trying to do and all I care about, and I said it before here, is I want to be sure we do the best thing for the youth, not the best thing so this board looks good or Brad looks good, but I want these kids to have the chance to have a future that isn't with the county or the state or something else. And that's what we really have the responsibility for, to do the best we can. And my input on that is from judges, Don Klein, community people, and others to try to get that information. So, Brad, if you do have some questions, and I hope I'm not out of order, I want to be sure he has a chance to ask. And if it's at another time, then I want to be there with you to listen to those questions of Bruce and so on. And tell me something, Bruce, how many square feet is the HDR building?
About 200,000, a little over 200.
And this is about 228.
Total. Yeah.
And I don't want to put you in the spot of talking about what your square foot cost is, but I've seen some cost in the paper on renovation, and even if I took those down 30% or whatever, they probably on renovation of buildings in our city, 100,000-foot buildings, I see a cost factor in some of those of over $500 a foot, which this new structure is around $500 a foot. And please also, as Brad will do, correct me if I'm stating something incorrectly when you start the renovation.
Well, I think there's costs depend on a lot of different factors, the size of the project, but and it can range. The ranges can be pretty wide, but I would say you're accurate, and you know more than you lead on, because you also are familiar with the construction industry and renovation costs. So the other thing I would say is that also the goals of clients are different. The goals for HDR were different than the goals for this project, and so we make decisions based on the goals for a given project. And so I think there's a lot of discussion going on, but we want to make sure that what we're doing is right for this project. And that means, in my mind as well as yours, and I think every commissioner, doing what's best for the kids in the community. I think the reason that this is an important project in my mind is we don't want the youth center to become a gateway to the correctional system, which we have tremendous issues with in population in Nebraska. So this gives us an opportunity to really make some substantive changes to the community through what we're doing with youth that gets in trouble or makes a bad decision. And that's, again, the reason I'm interested in this project is helping forward that. And I know, listening to all the commissioners, that's consistent. That part of the discussion is consistent.
And I won't take much longer. First of all, I want to thank HDR and what you've done and how you've gone out in the community and so on. I also want to say, follow up on Commissioner Boyle's statement when he talked about Burlington Capital. You know, I've checked some numbers, and he is accurate when he talks about the fact of what the cost is with Burlington Capital, and I'm glad you stated that, Commissioner Boyle. And the other part of my statement about the youth and why we're here and trying to do this is we have but one chance. Whatever we do here is probably for the next 50 years. And that's why it's so important, and it's probably longer. And I know Commissioner Duda, Kraft, and others have said it on this board. That's what's really important. So the input and trying to look at other communities and so on, to me, is invaluable to see what they're doing. I want to hear how Minneapolis, 2.5 times our size, is able to do the numbers. I want to find out what kind of programs they have in those communities where they achieve that. And I want to come back here and make sure we do things in our community that'll change the situation, that we have those kind of programs. And lastly, what we heard from UNMC and the other is the mental health is a big, big factor in this. And we're going to have something that I think will really be a model if we can make that all happen. And I think we've got some people ready to sign on to achieve that. So we're not just dealing with a housing and a place and a warehouse. We're dealing with really something that's going to be pretty special for the future for our youth. So that's all I have to say, and thank you again.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank you guys, too, for coming in. I know you're catching some flack here today, but I don't question your motivations. And Bruce, what you said about best interest of the kids is kind of the guiding principle. I think we all share that. So we'll try to get to a place where that can be served and the taxpayers can be served at the same time. Three things that come out to me today. The $120 million project is really $134 million if you include the things that we talked about, the garage, the site acquisition, and the 18th Street vacation. I understand that you're seeing those as coming out of separate areas. They're all coming out of the same pocket, the taxpayer's pocket from where we sit. So just so you understand how we see this, those things are going to be funded by tax dollars, and that's how we see it. It's now $134 million, and we're in the process of looking at that real hard. The other thing is, I understand that you're being compensated on this, and that's your job. We now know that it's about $9.8 million between HDR and Burlington Capital of that project. I don't know if that's 9.8 of the 120 million or of the 134 million. But just so that the public knows that the compensation's going on. We do projects like this all the time. When we're doing one at 156 and Maple right now, and we pay people to do very similar things. It's not like, you're doing something that we don't do all the time. It's just that the public needs to know. They have a right to know that of this project, 9.8 million roughly is what you're being compensated. And the Minnesota thing is very interesting because we've actually met and discussed with the designers of that facility how they do it. And a big part of how they do it is by location. They have 2 locations in Hennepin County. They have the downtown location that you showed us, and then they have a location that's out in the country. where the balance of the population is kept. It's kind of like if you had a location downtown Omaha and you had a location over on 42nd and Woolworth, by location. That's how Hennepin County does it. And I hope that when the folks who go up, the board members and the board members that we employ that are on the private board, go and look at both locations in Hennepin County, because the one downtown doesn't handle the bulk of the population. And so that's a good example of what we are proposing as an alternative that Commissioner Boyle brought up. We're working on that, and there's going to be numbers behind that, and we'll have a definite choice to make. But when we talk about, we looked at those alternatives back in August, we got a page that had 7 dots on it. And those 7 dots were all that were presented to us in terms of 42nd Street or the Civic Auditorium or any other location. It wasn't a presentation. It was a page with 7 dots on it. So that's, kind of stretching it to say that we've actually entertained those. We have dug down deep on this idea of do the courthouse here, which we need, and the design that you have would fit. It would just be smaller and taller because we wouldn't take private property to do it, but it would have all the same stuff in it. And, at some point, I hope that we have that discussion about how do we take that thing that you have designed and just make it narrower and taller, and it will serve the same purpose. And then separately discuss what's best for the kids, which we can differ on, but we think it's probably better for them to have the campus space available at 42nd Street rather than, as, again, Commissioner Boyle pointed out, a place where they can't go outside downtown. So thank you. And thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate.
Wait a minute,
I appreciate
Commissioner,
your comment.
Commissioner Boyle.
Well, I don't want to get into, I guess I'm just going to clarify some things. I want to talk briefly about this trip, because I think it is indicative or indicates to me what has happened. The fact that I asked a commissioner, why would we pay our own way? I mean, I don't care. It doesn't bother me a bit. But I mean, when you go to a national meeting or something, it's paid for by the government and it's part of a government function. And I was told, because we've taken so much heat because of the $50,000 dinner that was held, the trip to San Diego, all this other stuff, and I think it's because this commissioner, was ducking. I mean, they're tired of the commission. The public has had an impression, and we're kind of on the run. So, I mean, I'm just saying that is not a good position for a public official to be in, to say, well, we better pay our own way because we don't want to get criticized for going to Minneapolis to look at a youth center. That's I got a word for it. I'm not going to say it, but that's really bizarre. It does start with a B, but bizarre. And we talked about, the buildings that we've seen in the past. We have never, what I would like to have, and I'll get as clear as I can, I would like to have the same sort of plans you discussed today, at least to some degree, not spending millions, but I'd like to see the same kind of plans for this building. I'd like to see what happens if you move the youth center on top of the garage. I don't have that. And I'd like to see, what would happen if we did this at 42nd Street. We don't have any alternative plans. We don't have no options. Nothing we can put our hands on. And that's what I would like to see, try to be very clear. And also to be clear, I never suggested the civic site for the youth center. I suggested the civic site for a new city hall and possibly a police station or a library, and this building will be converted into courts and so forth. I mean, the whole thing could work, maybe. I don't know, but we don't know. So anyway, I'd like to see this, what would happen if this building was converted into a courtroom, and all these courtrooms, and not courtrooms necessarily, but the attorneys and everybody moving over here. I don't know what it would be like. I'd like to see what would happen if we moved to the judges, which they have to realize who's in charge here. The children, that's what we're after, these children. And when we talk about children, let me just read about 5 of these charges of these children. Starts out with possession of stolen property, robbery, assault first degree, another robbery, minor in possession of a firearm, assault, the U.S. Marshals holding that person, robbery, sexual assault first degree, terroristic threats, discharging a firearm at a home. I mean, I know we're all out to try to do the good thing, but I'll be honest, these kids have really been screwed up. They have been mistreated, and that's why they're where they are. And God, I hope we can help them, but I don't know. We need to do what the taxpayers said, and that is get at the front end of this and try to help to prevent this. And there's a lot of people who are doing this, as I mentioned earlier. So, I mean, the children, the young people who are in this do need to be treated well, and I'm after it, and everybody is, and they're the top priority for me. I just think we need to get facts. So if the county board would agree, I'd like to see us do some kind of minimal spending to look into this building being remodeled into offices for the public defender and county attorney that can walk right over to the building. I'd like to see us do the same thing for the judges and the whole remodeling of the youth center, which has more space. And those are just two things I'd like to see, but I don't want to just have a list of saying, this is an option, this is an option, this is an option, and here's what we're doing. I want to be, if we are truly in charge, I want to be in charge of where this goes. I want to be one of the persons who says, this is where it goes. And I'll be honest, after listening today, I really wonder, as a member of the Building Commission, whether I should be voting for this the next time we meet.
Commissioner Duda.
Thank you. I find it interesting that two commissioners that aren't supportive of building a new youth center downtown are suddenly giving you lots and lots of orders of go back to the starting point and start everything all over again and convince us of everything. Security would never let you put a detention center on top of a garage. You don't, security doesn't allow anything to be built on top of public garages. All right, well, that's why we did away with public parking in this building, was because security mandated that you don't have public buildings on top of public parking anymore. All right. Golly, it's hard to talk.
Well,
Chris
is correcting me, Claire, so this is what it's about.
Go ahead, Mike. Let me know when you're done.
I'm done right now. I'm just, if you say something that I don't agree with, I'll speak up. That's what's happening today.
No, I'm not doing that.
Are you sure you're done?
Right for right now, but I'm going to speak again. Go ahead.
Keep going.
Well, I'm not asking for something that, going in the past and revisiting everything. We have never visited the remodeling of this building. We have never visited the redoing of the youth center. All we've done is say it's going to be downtown. It's going to be downtown, and here's the deal. And this many rooms for the adults or children that are in there, and that's it. Take it or leave it. Okay, I'm done.
Well, let me say this, Claire, before you start. Mike, I'm going to respect you, but respect if I ask you to slow down. I haven't interrupted you one time when you're speaking. Now, just like you don't disagree with some things, you may be old enough to be my father, but I am grown. So I'm going to disagree with what you're doing.
I'm glad you remind me.
Okay. So with that, Claire, please pick up.
Thank you. My other concern is, I mean, suddenly we're playing fast and free with the figures and saying, no, it's not really 120. We're going to call it 134. Coming from the same person who said we can build anywhere from a 4-story to a 12-story building, and the price won't change a nickel. We can bring in the AIM building or not. Price doesn't change a nickel. We can spend $50 million without any kind of a tax increase. Amazing. I would love to see how that worked. To have those figures thrown out as being factual and everybody should just accept them, and then come along and say, gee, the building 10 stories is 168,000 square feet. I can't figure out how much square footage is on a floor. Can somebody do the math for me? Really? I can figure it out in my head. All of these distractions, and I'm just not comfortable with it. These are not coming from people that are ever going to support what the majority of the board is trying to do here. I don't know what the final product is going to look like. I'm not committed to anything. I'm going up to Minneapolis on my own dime. All of a sudden now I feel guilty, and I'm not on any private board. I don't know where this came from, that only the private board is going to Minneapolis. I'm taking my wife. We're going to stay in a hotel the night before, the night after. I'm happy to do it on my own dime. I'm not comfortable asking the county to pay for my wife and I to take a little vacation to Minneapolis. I'm happy to go. I want to go see it. I want to learn. We need to learn from these others that have successfully done what we're trying to do. We need to look at the historical trends of our 144-bed facility that now is down to 80. What was our population 5 years ago? How has it come down as far as it has? And what do we see coming that's going to keep bringing it down? I am becoming more and more comfortable that these figures are right, that within 3 years we will be down to 48 people if we have the right programming in place. And it's all part of the package. Seeing that the UNMC talking about bringing psych services into this new courthouse, this is the kind of synergy we're hoping for, that the community comes behind this effort, that we all can work together on this effort. That's not going to happen out at 42nd Street. I'll guarantee you. We're not going to get the private support for renovations. We're not going to get the involvement of the community that we have the opportunity to do here. Thank you.
Commissioner Morgan and Commissioner Borgeson, but first, the crowd. Please do not yell out your piece. You will get a chance to comment when I direct you to come there. So wait, and I'm gonna ask you, Luis, to not shout out. I'm gonna ask you now. You're not a member. You don't have a point of order. So I'm gonna give you your time, but I'm gonna ask you to conduct yourself in a manner. Commissioner Morgan.
I'll be quick. If I was a commissioner that said that, I'd like to have my name used. I mean, I'm going there for the same reason Claire is, and with Brad, to listen and learn. And I just felt it was appropriate that that's how I'm going to pay for it, and that's what I wanted to do, and that's my policy. So if somebody knows something different that I've said, I wasn't afraid if I use county money. It's just my own personal way of doing business. And I can remember when Mike Riley checked some of my expenses with the city, Chris, and he found I was paying for some of my own travel costs and wondered why. And I said, it's just kind of a policy that I did on some of those kinds of trips. That's all. So,
Commissioner Borges.
Well, this is going to be an ongoing damned if you do, damned if you don't, because I have listened to what people have told us that we should be doing, and we're doing it. Every month, we're giving a presentation, as we said we were going to do, once the launch of the project happened with the, at the time, all but one board member's support. We are providing detail as we move along. We are looking at the programmatic piece of this, which is, again, has been stated, is very, very important because it's not just about buildings. It's about what services and programs we're going to be offering the kids and the families. We're doing that. And I'm looking real forward to your detail on your alternative plans, as you have asked us, as we're doing with providing detail for this plan. We are, again, moving along and providing updates as we move along. This is a good indication to show that they have done their due diligence with speaking with the users so that we can create the tower and the youth center in its square footage needs and service needs. I can tell you that it's interesting because some of the taxpayers that I've talked to that have called in regards to the project, actually, once I talk them through the facts, that it's not a $120 million cell block, and they understand that there's a tower, and I'm glad to hear Commissioner Kavanaugh saying that he's finally coming on board with that, that they're understandable, much more with the details than what some of the wrong information that has been put out there. And so, again, we're doing what we've been asked to do, especially from the public. And so I'm just happy of where we're at because, again, we're showing our due diligence on this, and it's coming out to be a good project. And so I thank you guys for being here, taking the bullets, if you will. You're doing a good job. And we'll be back to update as we move forward. So thank you.
We're happy to be a part of the project, and I don't want to give any impression that this is important, and we want to make sure that we get it right. I'm not sure on this building where the space exists to renovate, and from talking to, again, Jerry, looking at options, I'm not sure we would have to move someone out probably to move attorneys in, so that's kind of the issue that we get into. So, and Dan did a little bit of detective work. We presented on June 26th and on October 14th the alternatives. And
August 14th, sorry, Bruce.
August 14th, thank you. The alternative sites and why we had chosen this site as the best option. And so we have been through those discussions, not only publicly, but also in our meetings and looking at in detail why we believe this is the best for a long-term solution.
Commissioner Boyle, if I may, excuse me, with all due respect, you mentioned a detention center on top of a garage.
Why don't we just let that go? Because that was something I asked was shot down immediately.
Well, I could explain
Okay.
part of the logic behind that very briefly. And not only security issues, but in a garage, you have numerous plumbing stacks, electrical services, security services, all of that.
Yeah.
It doesn't fit the same grid as a parking garage. I could go on, but summarily, and I might share with you with regards to 42nd Street, as we talk about touring other facilities, a group of us did have an opportunity to go to Lancaster County. You might want to visit with them. I mean, they were very open, and I thought that was one of the best experiences I've had on an existing center, because we were actually able to go in and spend time in a module with the kids and dialogue with them. It's a very unique experience to be able to do that. But Lancaster County had a vision of building this youth center and then having the courts and the attorneys come down and house with the kids for proximity, rather than driving and making appointments, judges, attorneys, etc. That was their concept. They built the facility, and as we toured, there was a lot of extra space because nobody would come to that location, nobody being the judges and the attorneys.
Yeah.
So again, I would share that with you with respect to your comments and your thoughts. But that's the consolidation plan that I think this opportunity has to provide. When you can walk down the corridor in very few minutes and actually interact.
See, you're misreading my questions totally, absolutely misreading them.
I apologize
I
for
see.
that.
Well, Mike,
Well,
hold
it's-
up. Are you done, Marion?
Yeah.
Okay, now, you're up.
Okay.
You're up, yeah.
You're misreading my questioning totally. I mean, I don't say, oh, let's do this here, let's do this here, and all this sort of, I'm saying do the same thing that you've got planned for here, there, or here. Make something, what are the other options? And you talk about other things. I have never seen any plans about what this building is. And I'll tell you, the history with asking about buildings, I've been struggling for, I don't know, 8 years trying to get the election office moved, and it gets blocked. It gets blocked. And I can feel being patted on the top of my head when I bring this up. It just isn't getting done. And I've asked for looking at other sites, and I kind of get giggles, seriously, giggling when I suggest this. It's like, okay, is there something funny about this? I don't have enough information that says that the youth center won't work. I don't have any information about this building won't work. I don't even know how many square feet are in this building. I don't know how many square feet are out there. I'm just saying, I haven't seen any concrete options. Now, you may have presented this June 26th and August 14th, but re-present that. I'd like to see that information. You know, I guess I'll have to listen to it on the internet. But, you know, I don't remember seeing any plans for this building or any plans for the youth center. So whatever you presented, I'll get through the county clerk and look at them again, or look at them, I'll put it that way, and see what it is. And if it's enough, then it's settled. But I just think, you know, you know, and talking about Minneapolis and Hennepin, why didn't we go see them 2 years ago? Why are we going now when it's already done? And the other thing, you know, as for that traveling thing, I still may go with Ann and go up to Minneapolis and do exactly what Claire's doing. I think it's a great idea, kind of a chance. And I have never charged for Ann staying with me anywhere. We went to San Diego and we paid the whole thing ourselves, the whole deal. The trip, the transportation, inside the city with Uber and the hotel and all of our meals. The county wasn't charged a dime that I recall at all. And I don't like to say the word recall, but I don't remember that too well. Anyway, I'm sorry to chatter so much, but I think what I'm asking for is a couple of simple things. Would it work to put the attorneys in this building? Would it work? And what would it cost and for this cost as well? And what would it work and what would it cost at the youth center? I think there was a predetermined idea that we're going to put it all here and stack it. And I don't want to do that. So all I'm asking for is something simple, nothing radical. And I don't think it's out of line. I'll look at the videos in June and August. Thank you.
Okay, Bruce, I'm gonna give opportunity for anybody who wants to make comment on this time. And then when I say comment, if you want to state your feeling on it, please come. So if you all just want to hang, just in case. So there's an opportunity for anybody to come. You can now. Let me know if before anybody comes up, we need to be. This is a point that was made to me, and we need to be careful of it. And Brad, I might talk to you all about it with Greg to make sure he is prepared for this. But let's take an example. Mike, you're listening to crimes. Some of those crimes aren't what they appear to be. Meaning, from my understanding, explain it to me, you know the one about terroristic threats. Well, a terroristic threat may be listed there as a kid saying, kids having a issue or tough and saying, man, I'm gonna kill you. That's listed as a terroristic threat, which is not a danger to some degree. So I'm saying this for the purpose of people looking in the crowd. Yeah, there's about 20, 30 or so kids that are there, but I don't want anybody getting this perception that this is a loaded place full of people that are of extreme danger. That is not it. And again, I admit detention in the state of Nebraska is not a final placement. Also, I'll let you. I'll give you a chance to respond then, but I'm just noting the point too. Let's talk about travel. Let's talk about travel. And no, I'm just saying. You saying people went other places 2 years ago. Well, 10 years ago, a group of us from here went to Multnomah County and saw the one-stop concept. 5 years ago, I went to Cook County. I went to LA County. I went to Shelby County. I've been to Baltimore County. And I've saw this in different aspects. And a few of them may have been the county's dime, but most of them was a dime when I was an officer for the National Association of Counties. And there were trips down to Fort Worth and Dallas County. So people have gone, and I've on dimes taken people from here to see those. So the knowledge has been building for a while, and we'll go from that point. So if anybody's prepared to talk, please come up, and Mike, you can go from there.
You know, I mean, all I'm doing is reading from the charges that are on here, and I know that, you know, I did go to law school, and so did Kavanaugh, and I understand what you're saying. I'm just reading what the offenses are that they're charged with, and apparently there's enough of a charge that they made a terroristic threat of some sort, that's why they're there. And I'm not trying to characterize this as a bunch of, you know, really bad people, but the trouble with it is that we have let these people down. And we, you know, I believe we need to get in there and interrupt what's going on in the, you know, 10 years ago with these kids. We got to figure it out. And I think some organizations like Sherwood Foundation are right on track with what they're doing. And, you know, and the idea that, you know, the threat that if you build this at Douglas County, there's going to be no funds, that's pretty crummy. And I don't know that anybody would take a walk on that, but maybe they will. But anyway, I'm just saying, you know, I'm not trying to characterize these people as anything. I'm saying we failed them.
Mike, I'm not saying
Please,
that either. But let me
Chris,
say
this is ridiculous.
No.
Let's talk about this over a cup of coffee, okay? If you continue, I'm probably going to have to leave. I'm not
Mike,
going to listen to this.
then you do what you need to do. Let me say this.
Well, I'm going to respond then, okay?
Then you can play this game all you want to.
I'm not playing a game.
I'm trying to play a game with you. I am telling you, and I mentioned the note of language. The language is in the same. I cleared the language and put context to it because it's in the same context of why we're here with juvenile justice as a whole in the country. The term super predator, the term 3 strikes, all that is in the same family. And if you don't put context to it now, somebody will go here saying that. I ain't directed nothing at you. Only thing I said was put it in context.
Okay, now I'm responding to something, okay?
You can have last word.
You talked about all these places you went, and I don't remember a damn word from you on any of it. So let's be blunt. You didn't share any of this.
Are you crazy?
Publicly. I'm not crazy.
For 10
You did
years,
not-
we've been
just-
working. For
you
10
did not
years, I've been
publicly
working on
share all
this.
this information with
Okay.
us, and you didn't with the public. So, I mean, I'm glad you got all the information, but I never heard about anything in LA or anywhere else, and Baltimore and all that. And, you know, I'm just saying that we're in a terrible mess here because we didn't do our homework. We didn't contact the public. We didn't go public. We didn't let them say anything at public meetings. And that's why we've got the word sneaky attached to us. And frankly, we've earned it.
Please. Please note before you go, I'm going to be, you have the clock. When the clock hits, I'm going to end it. Yes, please note.
Yes, I've been here for 4 months.
Yeah, and
speaking,
this
so
time,
I'm
but let's
aware
be
of the
sure,
clock.
let's be sure, when I ask you to end, I need you to end.
I got my 5 minutes. Brian Smith, 6516 Emmett Street. Trust has been brought up several times today in response to the conversation about mental health services. However, that is also a key element of what we are missing, and Mr. Boyle is completely correct that this conversation should have happened in public 2 years ago. The United States Census Bureau predicts between now and 2050. Can I have my time stop here so that I can have the attention of the commissioners? Okay.
You please continue. You shouldn't worry about it. I hear you.
The U.S. Census Bureau predicts between now and 2050 there will be a 30% increase in the number of juveniles living in Douglas County, Nebraska. We're making room for more judges, more courts. We're also making room for more attorneys. But for some reason, you expect us to believe that with a 30% increase in juvenile population in the general public, we will have a significant reduction in the number of children in detention, fewer kids in the average daily population. Earlier, the superintendent here reported that there were 80 kids in detention currently, on average, in 2018. That number has not significantly changed since 2017, 2016, 2015, 2014, 2013. At some point, somebody got it in their heads that these numbers go down when they have stayed solid for 6 years. Earlier today in our meeting, Commissioner Rogers says, as the numbers go down, the problems get more complicated, in reference to the types of kids who would be in detention. I have yet to see any projection that the numbers go down. I would like to know if Superintendent Alexander has received any information from anybody, any public body that indicates that in the next, or starting in 2019, summer of 2019, that he should expect fewer kids in detention. If so, how does that affect his staffing? How does it affect his scheduling? How does it affect his budgeting? I don't think, have you received any sort of indication that your population will be halved next year? Yes or no? Right, the legislative change, which affects probation. So at this point, we don't have any projections, as far as I know, from the county. Also, unfortunately, Dr. Liu left. He made a comment here about mental health treatment would reduce the average daily population and also reduce recidivism. Unfortunately, he left before I got to ask about the projections. Where are the numbers? So one of the things that we need to bring up here too is due diligence. As a member of the public, I'm asking, I've received no indication that we have projections that show the number of children in detention will significantly reduce by this date because of these reasons. So I'm asking for you to do your jobs and show us how this works. Because if we open up a 48-bed facility and we have 80 kids in detention still, that puts us at 165% of capacity, which is overcrowded from day one. As a matter of fact, by the definition of overcrowding, we only need to have 68 kids in detention. So I'm curious if Mr. Carpenter can answer the question of who told him specifically that 48 beds was adequate for a new facility. The other issue of trust that or due diligence that I've performed is looking at is talking to Leah Baez at the Douglas County Public Information, or who is the information officer, and asked her about the amount of money the Douglas County Board of Commissioners puts towards youth crime prevention. In 2016, that was $25,000. In 2017, it was $406,400, and in 2018, the County Board of Commissioners approved $727,152, which is 5% of the budget that we spend on detention and courts. We spend $14 million a year on detention and courts, and this year, a little over $725,000 on programs. If you really want to reduce the number of kids in detention, spend more money on programs. If you really think that we should be spending $120 million on this facility, you can take your $80 million or whatever and expand your courts, but take note that we are going to spend $37 million on a jail for kids, because a youth center is where kids go to play basketball, not to live as prisoners. You're not spending the money adequately to service the children of Douglas County, and I'm asking for due diligence on your part so you can build up the trust on ours.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Luis Jimenez, 518 North 40th Street. Mr. Rogers, I am going to forums and, well, I can't go to the city council committee meetings because they're close to the public. So I don't mean to be out of order, it's just there's different forums and formats that I attend. I want to speak on the nonprofit that's been identified to facilitate the development of the plan, which mostly is for downtown. It's always been about downtown. My concern with this model, where you guys relinquish your, I guess, day-to-day decision-making to a nonprofit, you might miss things like, what about geothermal energy? Are these buildings that are going to be built going to be using geothermal energy for their facilities? The commission has built other facilities using geothermal energy, and it's very, very important, very smart, but it's not being discussed. But if you have other people making those decisions, they might not have those considerations. So I respect that you guys feel this is a process that you need to be going under, but I'm worried about what considerations then are going to be looked at. Another thing I would like to discuss is the comment that was made by the gentleman over here that there's been public discussions about these things. Well, I think not all the informations aren't going to be readily available to the public, and that's just how it goes. So just for maybe some sanity, we should accept that there's going to be some confusion on the part of the public, and we need to work with that. And when you do have a public discussion, doesn't mean that everybody's going to be in agreement, and when there's ongoing disagreement, I think that should be considered normal. Also, private money to do with developing the detention center. It's very important that we keep it downtown, we're told, so that private money can help development. What does that mean? Does that mean that private money is going to go directly into the facility construction, directly into programs? And having that consideration or not caring for that consideration, I don't care about private money helping us out because we could do it as a community. Is that problematic that we don't? I mean, is private money essential? If we don't consider the private money, are we doing disservice to the children? I don't think that's the case. And you got this draft on the psychologist, mental health, which is great. You got this draft report. I'd like to know how this could work at the current location. having these psychologists be available, or these mental health providers? How would that look over at the current location where the juvenile offenders are detained? Also, if this process, we have this process where we're going to use the nonprofit to help develop the construction, the infrastructure. We're really just talking about infrastructure. So we have this process. Well, if that's good, can there be another process to do with programming to get the kids help? Is there going to be a developer, a program manager for that? It seems to me that we really want to get those $120 million spent, and then that's it. And then we're left to be concerned about, how are we going to reduce the population at the moment? What are the programs being identified? The county website only lists 2 programs that they use for, bringing the kids back into society and, helping them have a normal life, a productive life, I should say. So anyway, these are some of the thoughts I want to share with you in committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha. I think we do all agree that we need to do best for our youth. However, I think the big picture is being missed here. We have all of these best practices, all of these organizations, all of these community partners that have been trying to do these things for our youth all of these years. Why hasn't it worked? Why do we now have to try it once again within the confines of a new juvenile justice center? Perhaps some of these kids need to commit a crime so they can go in there and get help. Now, my experience in quite a few years with a relative that's not in the juvenile justice system, but he's in the system for behavior. He's been in and out of quite a few different residential homes, and all of these people have these very nice pieces of literature with their mission statements on it. But those mission statements have fallen short for a lot of kids, including Robbie Hawkins. In and out of the system, nobody really has the solution. Why do we think we have a solution now? Why do we have to build this building instead of finding the solution at the existing location, but with better programs? Maybe better people. But we're going to have students come in and work with the children and find out what they're about. I'm sorry, what happened to the school systems and the IEPs, plans for special education? Why didn't that work? Why didn't the parents work? Why didn't the therapists work? Why didn't the drugs work? Maybe because we don't really understand them. But then we want somebody that has never met them come in and assess them. Never met that boy and his or girl in their life, and they're going to assess them for behavior. Excuse me, behavior is not a crime. All of the programs in all of these years, and I've been in Boy Scouts, I've been a Boy Scout leader, I have been in social services, I've been in young adult correction center. So I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. You can't always save everybody. But if the professionals do not want to listen to you, if the professionals do not want to know that person, you're going to get the wrong drugs, you're going to get the wrong treatment program. So slow down. It's not about spending how many millions of dollars? I couldn't add it up. Somebody said, well, let's intercede and spend that money before they get to third grade. Third grade is when my grandson's problems started. And you know what? It was all about his just behavior. Every professional along the way assessed it as just behavior. Well, it wasn't. It happened to be a brain condition. Yeah, causing his behavior. But did any of those professionals want to ask about what caused the behavior? No, it's just behavior. I had a doctor at a manual sit there and say, no, that's just a behavior. And then we committed him. I've had a psychiatrist down in Lincoln refused to answer questions about the side effects of the drugs they put him on, even if I was in the room with my daughter and my grandson, and I had permission. He still refused to talk about that. Under the guise of privacy laws, I think that was a sham. So what I'm saying is, don't rush into this. Find out why all these great organizations can't solve the problem with these kids before they get to the Douglas County Youth Center. Don't hire people from outside to come in and tell us what's best for our kids. Don't go to Minneapolis. Minneapolis probably doesn't have any better solutions than we do. We should have people here. Oh, and I'm glad, or no, I'm not glad. I'm glad I didn't get walked out, but
I'm actually stuck.
perhaps some of your members should have been walked.
Thank you.
Carl Elijah Allison, 2912 North 20th Street. This gentleman says it, but I think I need to put it on the other side of the fence. Mental health is the crucial issue. You're a day late and a dollar short by dealing with it at this particular time, but the thing that is brought to you is the youth. You make a serious mistake, as he stated, by trying to apply mental health therapy to the infant. It is not the infant's fault, even though you want to identify them in your legal system as adults. We know that they're not. You don't let 14-year-olds drive cars. You don't let 14-year-olds go into your service. You don't let 14-year-olds be your police department. But you want to treat them as an adults, because you know the masses of those adults are African Americans, and that's a historical problem. That's why you're a day late and a dollar short. The chump change that you spent on this piece of the mental health, and it's not a disrespect to the university or Charles Drew, but that's chump change, because that child is not the problem. It's the historical environment that they're in that goes all the way back to the grave, from the womb to the tomb. That's what you're dealing with. And you're making a very serious mistake spending this kind of money on mental health, because it's chump change.
Bob Parent, 1101 South 36th. The downtown area is full of businesses, and all those people have gathered together to form the Downtown Omaha Incorporated Business Group. And tonight at 5:30 at the Masonic Temple, or the Scottish Rite Cathedral, they're having an open forum for anybody with information on this project to enlighten their membership and the public on what's going on. So I know some of you have agreed to come, and all of you are welcome to come, and anybody else with expertise in this particular project is welcome to come and help squash the rumors and explain the facts so that the downtown businesses can understand what's really going on instead of getting misinformation from different spots. So I just wanted to know about that part.
My name, excuse me, my name is Carol Zajac, and I live at 2518 North 64th Street. The population of Omaha as of June 2018 is approximately 423,000 people. And the fate of 423,000 people is being chosen by 7. And I don't feel that that's fair, and I have said this since I've been involved in coming to these meetings that I believe not only do we need to slow down this project, but we need to have this put on a special ballot so that the taxpayers can be included in this very important decision. That's the main important thing here. I take a look at this and I realize it's very vague and it's not complete. But I look at this page where we've got it's this page with the roof and whatnot, and it says the first floor is the lobby and the intake area. Floors 2 and 3 are housing. Is that divided into 24 and 24? We don't know. Then there's an outdoor gymnasium on the 4th floor, which of course they can't have sporting equipment because if it's a ball or a free weight, kids will probably hurt each other with them. So I don't know exactly what this gymnasium includes, but let's say you have maybe a breakdown of 40 boys and 6 girls. How do you break that down? And when I look at those commons areas, the commons area illustration, do they get to sit out in these areas? Do they at all? Or are they always supposed to be taken to their room and then secured in their room? Are they just locked into those rooms, which really don't seem to have much of anything in there, but except for a room for books and then what looks like a possible uncomfortable bed. So I just see that these half-baked plans, we are not allowed to, have input on them. And I just don't see that, I couldn't tell by this PowerPoint presentation, I need my bifocals, I can't even tell what these rooms are. So if this is, you can zoom in on the PowerPoint via email, maybe I'll be able to see it better with an electronic copy, but these were really hard to distinguish what we're getting for our buck. And again, I own a house that is 100 years old. You made some kind of remark about detached garages. I actually own 2 detached garages. I love my detached garages. So they could actually be in different buildings. It's not like that's a deal breaker. And the other thing is, as a property owner and knowing what kind of message it sends to property owners in Omaha, I just don't think that taking a person's building by eminent domain is the right thing to do. We have numerous other possibilities that we have not even explored. And that's what's most important. We can do better for these kids. I don't really believe that looking at these cell blocks, they look very sterile, They look very sterile. And I still don't understand if we have on average 80 kids at a time. If you got 48 plus the possibility of 16, that's 64. Now, the population of Omaha in 2014 was 411,000. It doesn't grow a lot, but that's kind of nice. We don't grow huge, we just kind of grow steady. But the population of the juveniles will continually grow steadily, as well as the population of Omaha does. It's not going to go down. So in my opinion is, I personally went to see this where we as citizens can vote on this ourselves as well. And I would really love to see alternative possibilities, as Commissioner Boyle has pointed out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nicole LeClaire. I live in Bellevue, but I care very much about Omaha. I imagine you were tired of seeing us, that we've probably gotten in your way a little bit of doing what you would like to do, but I really appreciate being here and being able to speak. So when I bring this up to people who live in Omaha, they usually ask me to explain it. So I tell them to watch the videos, which the interesting ones are 4 to 5 hours long. So I usually tell them to go toward the end when it gets interesting. And I believe normally these are much shorter meetings. So I think something interesting and important is happening with these meetings because they are so long. And I've never gone to a meeting in my life before this summer. I initially came because I care about architecture and buildings. And as I've learned more about the children, of course I care about children, it's become very concerning to me. And what I was shocked by is coming to a meeting and then going home and watching the news. And I'm like, that's not what happened. That's not all there, really. So It takes a lot of dedication to understand what's happening. I believe, we need to have this, we need to be against eminent domain, because when this happens, what's going to happen from here in the city? It's very concerning. There is better space where it is right now for kids to have green space. I'm against raising taxes for people. I don't even live in Omaha, but I care, and I'm sure I'll be in Omaha again at some point. And I really believe people should be able to vote. And the people I talk to are disillusioned, and they just kind of roll their eyes like, why am I even coming? They believe it's a done deal. Why bother? It's very controversial. And often what comes up is what is going to happen to the current property. What's the value of the current property? People are very suspicious about that. And just things continue to come up that I believe we all need to know about. I also believe Omaha has a low self-esteem issue. We're always like going out to other cities and believing they know better than us. We need to realize there are so many talented people in this town who understand and know so much. So I'm asking those things, like, rethink eminent domain. How would you like your property being taken? A better space where it is for kids. Consider options at least. Avoid raising taxes, and most of all, let the people who voted you in vote on this, please. Thank you so much, and then you have it in front of you.
Thanks. Okay, seeing anyone else? Thank you. We'll move on to.
Oh, here comes someone.
That was like a come on down, Price's Right run.
Thank you very much. I got my nerve up. Let me put these down here. I'm the mama. I think I have the answer. I'm Norma LeClaire from Bellevue, Nebraska. And I've started coming to these meetings, and it's really been so informational. I thank you for putting the information out to us. We wish we'd had it a whole lot sooner. But I've heard so much in the last 2 months, going on 3. And I'm sorry I was so busy in 1965 when we first moved here with the military, because I would have gotten involved in saving historic buildings way back. I would have just left my little kids with babysitters and come down and protested Fontenelle Hotel being torn down and old, beautiful movie theaters. And I could go on and on. But it looks to me today like the youth would be better served if they remained in their current facility. It is close to UNMC, and I heard a great presentation, and I think that is the best money ever to think of all the adults and children right now that are fighting these mental health issues. And $4 million to purchase a building that the owner doesn't want to sell, and $1.5 million to tear down a perfectly good building that's been here over 100 years and will stay another 100 plus, that could be put toward a fantastic mental health expenditure for a lot of adults in trouble in these facilities. Commissioner Boyle talked about his struggle to put a courtroom in the adult prison, but he did it, and it works. And why not do the same thing with the current juvenile detention center? The current facility has plenty of room for growth, and according to Mayor Stothart's town hall meeting last night, Omaha's definitely going to grow. So I'm glad those beds aren't all being used now, but there is that potential that it can be used again. Another option mentioned weeks ago, and I could dig it out of my two dope books full here, but there was a building downtown that wouldn't rent to this or wouldn't lease to this group because it involved juveniles. And what would happen if you could go back to the thing now and say, well, it'll only be the lawyers? Those are just a few of my ideas. Thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move to item number 3, an update on the DMC coordinator. Patrick, which one?
I don't know if you wanted it moved, but since we have time, I guess he could do it today.
No, you're here. I'm assuming you're not going to take
Well, I
That
thought you have up until 2 o'clock to the city councilman, Commissioner.
Actually, that's 1:30.
That's when I stayed here to get all the time I do. Fine, how you doing? Appreciate it. Good seeing you. Good afternoon. Commissioners, this is my first time in official capacity, and so basically what I'm just going to do is just give an update. My name is Aljamal Bindan, Douglas County DMC Coordinator, and I'm just going to just highlight some of the things I've worked on since I started in about 7 months ago. And basically you have a handout just of that, but I've had an opportunity to visit with 25 different individuals in various capacities to talk about what some of the challenges we face in Douglas County related to DMC. And basically their summation was personalities, data, and civility. And again, I understand how important that is for us to try to bring our worlds together. The second thing that I also wanted to highlight is that I was working with Kerry Davis, a grant coordinator. We got additional $400,000 from the federal government to help us do DMC work in Douglas County. And again, it will give an opportunity for us to kind of expand in terms of doing various things in our community. We also got about 10 letters of support from various entities and some who have not written letters of support for this issue to help us go forward, because people in this community see how important it is to address disproportionate minority contact in our community. I've been attending a number of OIS meetings as well as criminal justice meetings and so on, and as a lifelong resident in this community, I'm surprised at some of the things that take place and some of the silos that exist. Again, I say that because some things I've seen, I see it from the eyes of a long-term resident, but also as an outsider, that many of the issues that we face is because we have not had more community stakeholders involved in these conversations. Sometimes we're not able to demystify some of the concepts and issues that can help our community come forward. Now, some of you who know me know that I'm very much strongly in favor of us pushing issues related to diversity, inclusiveness, as well as dealing with issues related to race. And what I keep running into is in some of these meetings, we don't have the very people that we talk about are community members at the table. So one of the things we're looking at is how can we do with that? I'm in the process now working with Creighton University, and we don't have this locked in, Metro and some other folks, and particularly faith-based organizations, to talk about issues related to race and so on. And one of the terms that we're looking at is how do we deal with Douglas County difficult dialogues, which is based upon how do you bring people into these conversations to address issues related to our juvenile justice system, particularly as it relates to race and so on. I've also been able to participate in a number of forums and events and so on, and I've also used a bit of social capital to do that. Now, let me backtrack a little bit. Mrs. Charlotte, a late friend of my mother, used to use the term that we cannot say I writers, and you can't say I too many times in a sentence, but it's really we. And she says when you see people do that so often, they oftentimes don't think of community. So part of what I'm also about is how do we work with other peoples? How do we get people in our community to the table? And one of them is we just recently had an event related to gentrification. I've also participated with different organizations with Healing Justice. So basically it's a film about restorative justice. A lot of us will agree that many, and I heard today many times that we have to approach young people in a different fashion. And so with this whole DMC effort and drive is we got to bring more volunteers to our table. We got to bring people who are closer to the problem to help solve it. And I'm somewhat surprised that too often we have not done that in government and in public and private organizations. So one of the goals that I would like to do is do a lot more convening and bringing people in who have great ideas. For example, a few weeks ago, we had a showing of the film at Clare Memorial Church. We had about 66 individuals at the meeting. 44 individuals signed up to get involved in more activities. And one of the things I've learned over the years from doing table talk and engaging people in their homes and so on is that we oftentimes don't give people an opportunity to participate in our governments and our public and private nonprofits. Some of you know that I worked for 25 years at Catholic Charities, and one of my greatest achievements, I would say, is community forums, or more than anything, help them develop advisory communities and advisory groups and work with people in the community, as we call them, the grass tops. Because as I listened to the conversation today, part of what we got to do is bring more people to this table. The other thing that I think we're going to look at is how do we have more dinners? I want to see if we can approach other people to help us get some funding to deal with conversations around table about issues that we call Douglas County Difficult Dialogues. When I was participating at Omaha Table Talks for years, I've had a chance to visit probably at least 60 to 80 different homes over the years. And one of the things that I noticed from many of the families and individuals who invited us to their homes as individuals and collectively is how open people are to you when you come to the dinner table and how they want to really talk about these issues. So that's going to be a big component. The other thing we have planned is we're going to schedule a film, and this is going to be, a conversation or an event, a community forum at First United Methodist Church. And by the way, we're going to have different locations for some of these events, north, south, east, and west. But we're going to talk about the intersectionality of disproportionate minority confinement, contact, and so on. And how do we talk about judges, law enforcement, and so on in a very constructive manner? I shared the story when I started this job. For many years, I've held many community forums in both North and South Omaha working at Catholic Charities. And my first time walking into the police department administrative building was when I got this job, even though I've held many forums for police chiefs and so on, but I never been invited to their buildings that I help pay taxes for. So one of the things we want to look at is how do we get law enforcement to have conversations with individuals to talk about some of the issues that we face. And as I heard many of the speakers talk about today, demystify and deconstruct the elephant on the table. Douglas County is not different from any other place in a sense, but why do we have a high percentage of folks who are in some of our criminal justice systems when they should not be in because of mental health issues? The other thing that we have planned over here is major focus areas. As I was approached in doing this job and working with different entities, I found out that we do not have one study in the last 4 or 5 years that deal with race and the juvenile justice or the criminal justice system written by local academicians. How's that possible? We have 2 major departments in our universities that deal with criminal justice. Again, are these populations worth studying? So one of the things we're looking at with DMC is how do you bring the academic community into some of these activities? We need to have community forums. We need to have listening sessions. We also need to have conferences and workshops and symposium, you name it. We need to have that in this area. And so one of the things I want to try to do is bring those worlds together to do that, because there's a lot of wasted energy in our community dealing with some of these issues in a different kind of a way. So we want to bring some local academicians as well as our police department, law enforcement, as somebody says, don't forget Douglas County Sheriff's Department in this whole process also. But I think as we go forward, one of the things that I would like to do is be open to the constructive feedback. And one of the things I've learned a long time ago, that when you do things on behalf of the public, you need to ask their input. There have been a number of events that I've attended where people do a great job to a point, but they never really asked the participants what they really thought about it. So everything that I would like to be about as we deal with DMC is what does the community, the participants, and the people want? I would hope that as we go forward, again, I have not been in this capacity for a long time at this point, but I like to be able to move on a dime when we are addressing some of these important issues. So part of what I've shared today is just kind of an update. And then the last thing I think is probably the most important, I'm going to go to Georgetown with a delegation, about 8 different individuals. Commissioner Rogers is also going to go with us, but we're going to Georgetown for a certification program on DMC. We're going to learn hopefully a lot, but what I heard from the individuals that they want us to focus on one project for us as a group. I came in with this naive mentality thinking we can come back and do 4 or 5 projects. They said, no, you got to do one for the most part. But there will also be other opportunities and partnerships that we can work on to help deal with this issue, because when you walk in a room or you're in a meeting and someone sees the numbers or they know the numbers are disproportionately people of color, we ask the question, how is that so? And sometimes I find it very difficult when I'm sitting in a room to keep quiet when it's obvious there's an elephant that we need to deconstruct on that table, particularly when it deals with particular racial groups. We have to continue to challenge ourselves and be open to feedback, constructive and so on, because again, you have to develop a little bit thicker skin than some of the things I've encountered. And then what is probably the most sad thing in terms of doing this job are some of the people who want to talk off the record when they're doing public business. We work for the public. We work for the people in the community. I'm an employee of the community of the government in a sense. So again, as Robert Greenleaf talks about the leader servants, how can I be of service to you? The late Ralph Afrinacker, who was a great friend of Martin Luther King, said, it is not about how many servants you have, but it's how many people you serve. Commissioner Rogers loves to use metaphors about sports. I love to use metaphors about African culture and proverbs. But that proverb that I remember so well is that the eye cannot see itself. And if we're about helping our community, it goes back to that notion that strong people don't need strong leaders. Thank you.
Mr. Works.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ajamal. And I think we need to have a discussion, though, because I'm all for going to the community and having conversations, but when you were brought on, the issue was about our system.
Right.
And so we need to get the main focus, because we know we have an issue. Nobody's denying that. Nobody's trying to hide from that. We have a DMC issue. and that's been clear for a number of years. The problem is where is it? Why do we have that problem? And so the focus, in my opinion, is yes, go to the community and you can have all the talks you want with the community, but it still comes back to where in our system are we failing?
Right.
And those are, I think, the harder conversations. And we need to have that hard conversation that says it was X department, X office that's not doing this or not doing that, and we need some help with this. So I think in your goals, that needs to be moved up to be number one.
Right.
Because we can't fix something that we don't know where the issue is.
Right.
And that's on those system points. There was a DMC, you didn't list it, there was a DMC initiative that Commissioner Rogers and I attended that was put on by Reconnect Inc. and the Black Studies. That again, here you talk about history. It was the 30-year anniversary of DMC, and we're still here talking about it. And so for me, I need a plan that says, yes, we can go out and talk to the community and have discussions, but I want a plan for Douglas County and our system points that we're going to fix. Where are they? Where are the problems? Why is it a problem? And how are we going to fix it? So we probably need to have a little bit more conversation as you craft your
Right.
goals.
And Commissioner, my reaction is I didn't even write the DMC conference, the Georgetown on there. Basically, this is just an update on some of the things, high points. And again, that event happened within the past couple of weeks. But part of the thing that I'm looking at is, and again, there's not a sequence in this, it's just more of an update, but I do think as we come back from Georgetown and we do some other activities, we're going to make it hopefully a little bit more in terms of priorities and where we're going to go. But let me raise a point that I think is probably the best of what I'm really trying to summarize this. In this community, the very stakeholders who are impacted by these systems are oftentimes not brought to the table. And I'm going to do a better job of doing that because I'll use one quick example. And I share this more of a personal level, but I have to be careful. 14 kids, 10 of them college degrees, and I've only been twice invited to the public schools to talk about how we got through 12 years of schooling and elsewhere. And part of what I want to argue is that those who are closer to the problem, I got to figure out how to bring them into it. Because one of the things that I noticed, and too often, those of us as professionals or those who earn a living off of systems, we oftentimes don't harvest the skill set of those who survive those systems. And I'd like to do a little bit better job of that because I have a history of our systems not doing that. So this is not comprehensive in a sense, but I'm hoping this is a start for us to do these conversations because one of the things that I've learned over the years is that a lot of folks want to do a lot of good work and we just haven't got their input and to deal with some of those issues. But I agree with you that yes, we got to go upstream and deal with the issues that we know that are right in our face.
Well, our friend Levon Stennis has always said those closest to the problem come up with the best solutions, and so you are absolutely right.
I agree.
But again, I think that our conversation or our focus needs to be more on our system.
Right.
That's what needs to be top priority.
Right,
so
I agree.
We
Thank
can
you.
have
No problem.
future conversations on that.
Okay. Thank you, Ajmal.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
On item G, which is human resources, and item 1 is the personnel report. Oh, well, what do you want to, come on.
You want me to repeat my name again?
Yep.
Carl Allison, Jr., 2912 North 26th Street. Referring to Commissioner Borgen's question about the cause and effect of this problem, and it goes back to the subject with the mental health. The cause and the effect of this problem is historical. The majority of African Americans' mental illness is based upon post-traumatic slavery disorder. The essence of that comes out in racism. The main problem in this situation is the justice system. That's why they remove themselves from any responsibility for providing any kind of data, and was very specific about the community taking care of their own problems, and the justice system will do what it's supposed to do, and that is arrest and maintain. The charge by the justice system has been placed where Mr. Bynum said we have to take care of our problems, and that's really where we should too. Because of the mental health situation, a lot of it is convenient for a lot of us because our other conveniences are minuscule, has caused us a serious issue, not wanting to confront the problem. The justice system says that they're not going to provide the data of which most coordinators of DMC operations were based in to get, or to work with organizations within the community that provide that. We need to know why a child who gets picked up for whatever charge gets one sentence and another child who's picked up the same thing gets a different kind of sentence. We're not going to know that unless we're at the point of contact. And historically, we haven't had enough of our own people, if not our own police departments, in our own community. The essence of the problem lies within the system. We are the victims of it. We have to cure our problems in-house, just like you need to cure your problems in-house.
Okay. With that, item G, Human Resources. Item 1 is the weekly personnel report from Civil Service as submitted. And Commissioner Kraft wants to make a statement before we go into executive.
Yeah, because the executive sessions have taken so long, so often, we're going to reschedule the community service meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that, there is a need for executive session for litigation and negotiations. Is there a motion to go into executive session? There's a motion by Commissioner Kraft, second by Commissioner Morgan. Please vote.
Motion passes. All commissioners voting yes.
And again, we're going in for litigation and negotiation.